Let me tell you about the journey into the Duat, from the last breath of the earthly body to the first step into eternal bliss, into the fields of reeds, the Paradise of Osiris. Let me show you the wonderful deities who will stand beside you when your body exhales for the last time, for you will not be alone. Let me share the sacred rites performed by the living for the dead, and what they mean. Let me guide you through what comes after, and let us begin at the end, not at the end of the journey, but the end of your life upon the earth. And remember, death is only a threshold, a turning point of the path, not the end. Chapter 1. The Final Breath. You are not alone. Though your breath comes heavy and your eyes dim with the weight of departure, the veil has already begun to part. The air around you shifts, not as wind, but as memory made visible. Time slows, moments stretch like threads across the loom of eternity. In this final breath, your name trembles between worlds. Your ip, the heart, the seed of thought and will, eats its last rhythm in flesh. And yet, it is not ending, it is becoming. This is not silence, but the first note of a deeper music. Beside you, unseen by the waking eye, stand those whose duty is older than time. Unput, veiled the mourning linen, watches with quiet strength at the head. As the consort of Anubis, she is a goddess of the dead, presiding over funerals and mummification. Isis, standing at the head of your bed, her hands outstretched in protection and in promise, is not in sorrow, but in sovereignty. She is the mother of renewal, the sacred nurse of Osiris, and now yours. Her presence is warmth, the final comfort before the passage begins. She does not weep, not yet. She steadies, she guards, she remembers your name as if it were her own child. Nephthys, whose cry is the bridge between the living and the dead, stands at your feet, whispering your name, so the gods will remember. Kebechet, daughter of Anubis, passes over your skin, cool as desert dew, preparing your flesh for purity. She anoints not only the body, but the soul. Web Mawet, grey-furred and silent, stands at the threshold, his eyes upon the path ahead. He is the opener of the ways, not just for kings, but for all who carry truth in their name. And Anubis, black as the night and still as eternity, is already present. Not waiting, but knowing. He places no hand upon you, yet that comes later. Now he waits with divine patience, his ears alert to the tremble of the veil, for this is the moment he governs not as embalmer, but as witness of the sacred departure. In the world of the living, ritual begins. The cry of lament is not despair, it is summoning. The Sem priest, clad in leopard skin, chants the first words of separation. A soul must be called from the body before it may rise. Incense is lit, not for perfume, but as a ladder for the Ba to climb. The Ka, the life force, begins to withdraw, curling toward the offerings yet to come. The shadow, the Thut, flickers as the candle dims. The Ren, your name, is still echoing what is spoken now by the living, so that the gods will not forget. You exhale, a breath unlike any before, and then another breath comes, but it does not fill your lungs. It fills you. You are no longer breathing. You are being breathed. Darkness does not fall, it lifts. You open your eyes, and the journey begins. The breath is gone, but the air is full. As the soul lingers in the first moment between moments, not yet moving forward, not drawn back, the veil trembles like a linen in a quiet breeze, and through that trembling come the deities of the threshold, not as judges, not as deliverers, but as witnesses of passage. They do not arrive in procession. They appear as if they had always been near, waiting just beyond the touch of sight. You are not unseen. You are seen more fully than ever before. At your head, Isis places a hand above your brow, not touching for the soul must rise free, but blessing, as a mother blesses the sleeping child he once bore. Her gaze contains both sorrow and promise, for she remembers the first resurrection, and you walk now in the echo of that sacred act. At your feet, Nephthys kneeled, arms lifted, and the ancient pose of invocation. Her cry is not a wail, it is a beacon, a call to the Necheru of the West that a soul has entered their domain. Anubis, jackal-faced and still, now steps forward. His hands rests not upon your heart, but above it, as if weighing its rhythm in memory. He is not alone. At his right stands Anput, silent guardian of the crown, veiled and grave. At his left, the gentle Kevechet, her touch calm and sweet, readies the unseen vessel of your bar with oils of purification. But others are drawn too, web-wound with fur of ash and eyes of gold, paces the edge of the space, not restless, but preparing the way. Where he steps, the unseen road takes shape. He is not a guide, he is path. Heka, the personification of magic itself, flickers into presence, not as spell or word, but as force, the latent truth that the world is spoken into being. His presence ensures the soul can become what it must become. Above, in the silent wall, the 7 Hathors gather, veiled in radiance unseen but felt. They hold the thread of your destiny, spun at birth, now examines. They do not judge, but they know. If your journey shall continue, it will be with their ascent. Shai, the deity of destiny, lingers close. He holds no scale, no pen, only presence. His eyes watch not your past, but your possibility. And in the far stillness, Renenutet gathers the syllables of your Ren. She will keep your name whole, if it is worth keeping. This is not a theater, it is covenant. These gods do not arrive out of pity or habit. They come because your life has summoned them, not by ritual, but by truth. Each soul brings its own divine witnesses, drawn by the nature of the deeds, the purity of the breath, and the echoes of unspoken words. Some are unseen, some will come later, others are already departing, preparing the path ahead. The space around your body is no longer room. It is a shrine. The sacred dead do not die alone. The presence of the gods, once invisible, now surrounds you like a lion wraps their sacred corpse, not to hide, but to protect, to prepare, to preserve. They do not speak. They wait. It is not with a gasp that the end comes, nor a struggle. It comes as a pause, not of fear, but of recognition. The lungs, having pulled the world into you again and again since your first cry, hesitate, not for lack of strength, but because they have nothing more to say. They have told your story in rhythm, the soft drum of being alive, and now, like a priest after the last hymn, they fall silent. What remains is the breath itself. This breath is older than the lungs. It is the breath of Nach, the breath of becoming, the wind of life blown into clay by the divine hand. It is the breath Tefnut gave to the world when she wept the moisture of being into the void. It is the breath Atum inhaled when he gathered all that was into himself and exhaled creation. And now it returns to its source. But before it leaves, it lingers. It passes through the body slowly, as if touching every memory. The laughter, the weeping, the rage, the love. It gathers it like pollen in spring wind. It does not depart empty. It leaves with the taste of your story. The Zen priest leans closer. His breath joins yours for a moment, in imitation of that sacred exchange. He becomes both witness and stand-in for the gods, for your lineage, for the world itself. The incense is raised, the flame flickers not from wind, but from the movement of your unseen car, drawing upwards. The veil between breath and speech thins. A name is spoken. Your Ren, not shouted, not whispered, but pronounced with care, as if the world might break if misnamed. Then it happens. The final breath moves, not out of the mouth, but through the body, inwards and then beyond. It passes into the unseen, trailing light like thread unwinding from a golden spindle. And when it goes, it takes the moment with it. There is no pain, no confusion, only clarity, like cold water in moonlights. You are not falling, you are rising, but not into the sky, into presence. All breath ends, but none is lost. What was drawn from the world returns to it. What was borrowed is given back. You do not keep the breath because you are the breath now. You are the word left hanging in the stillness, waiting to be spoken again. This is why the gods wait in silence, for it is not your body that signals your arrival. It is this breath, ancient, weightless, sacred, crossing the veil like a wind between reeds. And now, you are breathing again, but not with lungs. The soul has passed the threshold. The breath has become silence. But in a world of clay and dust, the echo of your departure blooms like thunderclouds over the floodplain. It begins not with silence, but with crying. Not random, but ancient, ritualized. The professional mourners, hair loosened, eyes reddened, fall to the earth beside the bier. Their arms beat the dust, their voices rise in a pattern old as kingship, older than writing. It is not grief they perform. It is calling, confirming, carving space between the living and the newly dead. The women cry first. What is it women who mark the boundary between life and life after? It is they who first welcome you with lullaby, and now it is they who escort you with laments. Their words cut like wind across the desert. Your name, your deeds, your place in the lineage, your loss. They say you are gone. They say you are not gone. They say both things at once, and that contradiction is sacred. The family gathers, the voice of the Chimnecher, the priest, begins to speak. This will echo throughout the soul's path. The house becomes a temple. Mirrors are covered, voices lowered. The walls feel closer now. Because the dead, you, are still nearby. Your car has not yet fully withdrawn. Your shadow lingers like smoke in the corners. It listens. The Zen priest enters in leopard skin. His words are not mournful. He declares, he names the rites, he reads the scroll. In his tone is not sorrow, but power. For death must be named, spoken aloud, ritually established, so that the soul may proceed. Offerings begin. Water is poured on earth, bread is broken, beer is spilled. And these are not symbols, they are bindings, knots between worlds. What is offered here reaches the other side. Not metaphorically, but truly. For the sacred architecture of Heka, for the mouth, of ritual. A figure is carved, a mask is painted. The funerary mask, your face in gold or linen, is placed near the body, and is painted open to remind the soul how to see. Spells are whispered, names of gods are uttered. Your Ren is repeated again and again, because a name that is spoken cannot die when the soul, without the name, cannot rise. The sacred scrolls are prepared. Some are old, passed down generations, creased and weeping with age. Others are new, commissioned by your children. All are inscribed with words of passage. May your soul go forth by day. May you pass the gates. May you speak before the gods. May you return victorious. And still, the wailing continues, not because the living are weak, but because you must hear it. Their pain is your escort, their tears are a pathway of souls, walked by the car in its early confusion. They are not crying for you, they are crying to you, and you hear them. For though you have passed beyond the breath, the threat is not yet cut. The soul listens, the soul watches, the soul waits, not in hesitation, but in acknowledgement of the love that is still being spoken. Even in Duat, no one walks forward without echo. You do not awaken as you once did. There is no sunlight, no stiffness of limbs, no weight upon the chest. There is only awareness, not of the body, but of space, of presence, of self without limits. You are standing, though you do not remember rising. You see, and though your eyes are not open, you are not disembodied. You are rebodied, in form that feels both familiar and yet unmarked. There is no ache in your bones, no hunger, no breath, but there is clarity. Around you, the world is not black. It is dim, like twilight before the stars arrive. Shapes loom, but they do not press. They wait. There is stillness, but not silence. A pressure, soft and vast, as though the air itself is watching. And then you feel it. The veil. It is not a curtain, not a door. It is more like a skin, a barrier that is also alive, aware of you. You are not yet through it, but you are near, and it knows you. It feels your weight, your name, your heartbeat even now. You cannot see it, not clearly, but you can feel the resistance, as one might feel the tension before speaking a truth that cannot be unsaid. The veil is Isis' legacy, for it was she, long ago, who tore herself in grief and built this boundary from her weeping, not to keep the living from the dead, but to protect the newly departed from losing their way. This is the womb of the Duat, spun from her mourning and sealed with her love. No soul crosses it unmarked, no soul forgot its texture. A breeze moves, not from the sides, but from within. You feel it against your essence, though you have no skin. It smells not of flowers, nor of ash, but of memory. The scent of your first offering, the voice of your mother calling your name at dusk, the dust of a long road once walked in sorrow. You turn, and though you have no legs, and for the briefest of instants you see the shadow of the world you left behind. It flickers, a house, a face, a hand pressed to a breast. Then it fades. You are no longer tied, but you are still aware. You are not walking, yet you are moving. Forward, always forward, and though no wind blows. And the veil draws closer. It is not frightening, it is not cold, but it is vast, and it contains the promise that once you cross, there will be no going back, save in dream or ritual. You do not speak, but something in you forms a word, not in the mouth, but in the heart, and the veil answers. The veil breathes. It does not tear, it does not resist, it receives, like water receiving a submerged hand, like silk shaping itself around the contours of a stream. And through it, you move, and though not footfall is felt upon the unseen ground, it is not a corridor, not a tunnel, it is a folding of space, a thinning of memory that hardens into place. And you are changed. You are not the same self who wept, who acted, who clung to breath. You are something purer. Now, not emptied, but distilled. The car does not flee, it walks beside you. The bar hovers near, radiant and vigilant. Your short shadow clings faintly to your form, and your Ren whispers with every movement. Here it has weight, here it has power, and then there is land. Not land as in the walking world, but a firmament beneath you, bearing your essence without weight. It is darkness, yet not void. It glows, not with light, but with awareness. The air hums, not with wind, but with expectancy. You feel it, the presence of presences. You have stepped into the Duat. This is not yet judgment. It is not yet a reward. It is not even journey. It is the beginning of the becoming. Before you, the unseen distant shimmers with paths. Some will open, others close. Yet the first step is always the same, turning away from life without yet turning toward death. It is the moment when memory ceases to be tether and becomes compass. Here there is no pain, but neither is there comfort. There is only presence, bare, unshielded, ineffable, You feel the weight of your deeds, not as burden, but as shadow. Do not accuse, they simply are. And as you stand in this place, you know the shadow is not punishment, nor gift. It is truth. In the Duat, nothing is forgotten, and nothing is hidden. What was spoken echoes, what was done lingers, what was left undone murmurs faintly like an unfinished chord. The darkness seems to breathe, shapes move at the edge of perception. Not beasts, not gods, but possibilities. The paths they suggest are fluids, like currents beneath the surface of a river. The river is vast, and you are within it, yet you cannot yet see its waters. It is the river of the unseen, the river without source or mouth, where the souls of the justified are ferried in the bouquet of Ra, and the unworthy are lost to silence. For now, you do not move. The Duat regards you. Its stillness is not absence, but attention. And this is the waiting before the first threshold, the stillness before the name is measured. And so you linger, suspended in this luminous dark, where all that you were follows close, and all that you may yet become waits before you. From far away, yet impossibly near, there is sound, low, musical, untraceable. Perhaps the voices of those who passed before, perhaps your own voice remembered by the stars. And you understand. You are seen, not by eyes, by truth. Your first step does not echo, it resonates. Like a chord struck upon the strings of eternity, it binds your being to this place. The Duat begins to shift, not to open, for it is always open, but to acknowledge you. The space itself bends, as if the paths ahead lean in to witness. Each step is a declaration. You exist still. The An, your name, glimmers faintly in the unseen air. It is spoken by no mouth, yet it endures, woven into the fabric of this realm. Without it, you would unravel, but with it, you endure. The hum deepens, shadows stir, not menacing, but attentive. They are not your own, they are watchers, those who never lived as mortals, yet move between thresholds as naturally as breath. Some are guardians, some judges, some merely witnesses. They do not approach, but their presence sharpens the air around you. The ground glows faintly brighter, as though the Duat itself is testing the weight of your step. Here, your deeds trail behind you, not in memory, but in substance. Every kindness, every cruelty, every word spoken or withheld, threads through the air as a luminous dance. They do not condemn, they do not absolve, they exist as you exist. It is then you realize the Duat does not conceal, it reveals. No veil hides your essence here, no silence masks your truth. And as you walk forward, you feel the strange paradox of this place. You are utterly alone, and yet you have never been less alone. The music swells. It is neither hymn nor lament. It is the sound of continuity, of every step taken by every soul before you, rippling with the waters of night. You do not follow their path, you trace your own, but their resonance steadies you. Your second step carries weight, the third more so. You are being drawn deeper, not by force, but by recognition. The Duat knows you now, and the journey has begun. You have taken your first step into the Duat, and already the world responds, not with gates or guards, but with images, with symbols that move and shimmer in the half-light, taking shape, not before you, but within you. These are not decorations, they are declarations, truths wrapped in vision, keys to the unspoken structure of the realm you now walk. The door is not geography, it is a revelation, shown only to those who can carry its meaning. First comes the veil, now behind you, but not forgotten. It remains a presence, the memory of boundary, the echo of separation. It teaches you. All thresholds conceal and reveal. Nothing in the Duat is crossed without transformation. Then comes the name, your An, no longer just a spoken thing. It glows faintly in the air around you, draining behind your form like incense from a sacred flame. It is more than identity, it is destiny, the thread that binds you to all that you have done and all that you may become. Should it be forgotten, you will fade. Should it be misused, you will fracture. Should it be honored, it will open doors that cannot otherwise be seen. You see now the guide, though he does not yet speak. Anubis waits near, a silent presence, but now you recognize him not only as protector of the corpse, but as the stillness within fear, the keeper of transitions. His figure is both comforting and commanding. He reminds you, you are not lost, you are led. Then a distant shimmer, web wound, pacing the unseen path ahead. He is no longer just the opener of the ways. He is the knowledge that the ways exist at all. Where there is no road, he creates one. His presence teaches you movement is sacred, and even death is not the end of motion. At your side, you feel the faint coolness of Kebechet, not the goddess of grandeur, but of renewal, of sacred cleanliness. She is the dew of dawn, the one who removes rot not with fire, but with clarity. In her, the Duat reminds you, you must be purified, not only in body, but in memory. And then there is Ma'at, not yet seen, but now felt. She is the air in your lungs, although you have no lungs. She is the gravity of the unseen floor. She is the law that keeps your form from drifting into chaos. Her feather is not yet erased, but it is already present, humming in the background like a tuning fork for truth. These symbols surround you, not in space, but in awareness. They do not speak. They do not need to. You understand, and as you do, the Duat shifts again. What was shapeless now shows form, not because it changed, but because you have. Chapter 2. Rituals of the Living. The house stands in silence, but the silence is full. The body lies still, wrapped or uncovered, but no longer housing what once animated it. And around this body, the lament begins. Not as chaos, not as mere grief, but a sacred performance, handed down from breath to breath since the first death. It begins with the women, Nephthys raises her arms at the feet of the departed. Her voice does not tremble, it pierces. It is the veil that first tore the veil between life and death, the same that she gave at Osiris' spear. She does not sob, she names the dead, and in naming she ensures remembrance. At the head, Isis joins her sister. Her lament is lower, deeper, not thunder, but the low note of an earthquake, the voice that calls her soul back from dismemberment. She is not merely mourning, she is calling the soul upward, so that it might hear its name spoken with love and sorrow in equal measure. And around them, the professional mourners gather, hand-bound, breasts bare, bodies bowed to the earth. They weep in rhythm. They beat the earth, not to curse it, but to awaken it, to tell the soil, another has returned to you. Their cries rise and fall like desert wind, like the surge of the Nile before it recedes. The lament is not for the dead, it is for the gods, so they will know that the soul has departed, that the body has been honored, that love remains. It is for the soul, so it will not forget itself. It is for the community, so they may be reminded of my art, of mortality, of what lies just beyond the wall of noise and breath. And within the laments, there are names of gods spoken. Come, Anubis, guardian of the western paths, Anput, lady of silence, veil the soul in dignity. Kebechet, grant sweet air to the journeying bar. The lament is symphonic, it has form, its cries mark stages. The loss of the person, the separation of body and soul, the protection of the corpse, the invocation of the divine, the promise of remembrance. Each phase is a step in the opening of the path. Without lamentation, the passage risks forgetting. The car may linger, the bar may turn back, the gods may not recognize the soul's name in silence. And so, the cries continue, not out of despair, but out of duty, not out of weakness, but out of worship, not out of emptiness, but because tears fill the path ahead. They will not last forever, but they must come first. The body lies upon the stone slab, not as the dead, but as one about to be made ready. No act within the rites of the dead is more shrouded in sacred silence than this. The embalming, the act by which the body is made incorruptible, enduring, a worthy mirror of the eternal soul. The priests do not speak idly, they move as though in prayer, for they are about to perform what Anubis once performed for Osiris himself. The first embalming, the act that made resurrection possible. A priest steps forward, the one known as the Heriheb, he who carries the book. For he holds not only texts, but the memory of spells. His words guide the others, as he invokes Anubis and Kebechet. The smell of resin and natron fills the space. The evisceration begins, not to desecrate, but to protect. The internal organs are not cast aside, but honored. Each is removed with care and set aside to be treated individually. But they are not refuse, but living symbols of the shelf. The liver is offered to Imseti, he who guards compassion. The stomach to Duamutev, who watches over the east. The lungs to Harpy, baboon-faced, protector of the north winds. The intestines to Quebec-Senwef, falcon-headed, who brings coolness to the west. These four, the sons of Horus, guard the economic choice, each sealed and inscribed with sacred phrases. Over them, prayers are spoken, symbols are painted. They will follow the soul like loyal sentinels, each charged with perceiving a part of the person. The body cavity is then washed, not merely with water, but often with palm wine, to purify and cleanse. Aromatic herbs are inserted, frankincense, myrrh and cedar, offerings to the gods, and medicines for the flesh. This is a body made holy, not hidden. Then comes the natron, the sacred sword of the desert, harvested under lunar gaze, consecrated with spells. The body is packed and surrounded with it, absorbing all moisture, not to dehydrate, but to liberate. Decay is not natural, it is a sign of chaos. The embalmers refuse chaos. For 70 days, the body lies in stillness, guarded, monitored, untouched by all but ritual hands. Quevered watches here, she moves unseen, her breath like mist. She grants freshness, not only to the body, but to the journeying soul. She is not a minor goddess, she is the very essence of renewal, the spirit of mourning within the shadows of death. When the time is complete, the body is unwrapped and examined. If successful, it has not rotted. It has changed, become closer to gold and flesh. It is no longer a human corpse, it is a divine image, ready to be made eternal. Wrapping begins, anew, each limb in linen, each joint kissed by oil. Between layers, amulets are inserted, and the jet pillar for stability and the spine of Osiris, the Ankh for breath, the scarab for heart and memory, the knot of Isis for protection in blood and womb. Each fold of linen is a line of scripture, each binding a spell and cloth. Finally, the body is named again, aloud, so that the soul will hear and remember where it may return, should it need refuge. The Ren is inscribed upon the case. A mask may be fitted, gold, paint, or simply linen and ink. The form is recognizable to the gods. When it is complete, the embalmers withdraw. They bow. They do not look back. The body is not theirs anymore. It is yours, and is ready. The soul has stepped away, but the body remains. Not as a husk, not as ruin, but as witness. It is the temple of your passage, and now the rituals of care unfold with ancient precision. First, the body is claimed, not by the family alone, but by the ritual specialists, the servants of the gods and of Ma'at. Their hands do not tremble, they move with practiced reverence, for they are not preparing a corpse, they are preparing a god in potential. Everybody holds the echo of Osiris, and so everybody is treated as if it might rise again. The room is cleansed, incense burns, the air shifts. No longer a place of grief, but of sacred labor. The embalming priests, trained in the words and gestures that reach beyond breath, begin their work. Their chant, are soft but deliberate, each syllable a seal placed upon the soul's return path. Washing comes first, Water is poured over the body on sacred vessels, sometimes Nile water, sometimes water drawn with invocation. The body is not scrubbed, but honored. This is not hygiene, it is ritual purification, a rebirth through flow. And then anointing. Oils, resins, and sacred unguents are massaged into the limbs, into the brow, into the soles of the feet. These are not just perfumes, they are medicines for the unseen wounds of transition. Frankincense, myrrh, cedar, lotus, each scent calls a different nature, a different blessing. Kebecher is invoked here, sweet daughter of Anubis. She is the keeper of cool waters, the bringer of freshness. Her presence is subtle but vital. She ensures the purity of this sacred vessel. Without her, corruption would enter. With her, the soul is cradled in divine dew. Now the wrapping begins. Linen, pure white, sometimes inscribed with protective verses, is wound around the limbs with meticulous care, not randomly, not hurried. Each fold is a spell, each knot a binding of memory and order. The body is not hidden, but transformed, from mortal shell to symbol of eternal becoming. Over the heart, a charm is placed, often the heart scarab, often inscribed with words to prevent betrayal before the scales. Do not stand against me, it reads. Do not tell lies about me before the throne of my art. The heart must not betray its bearer. Amulets are inserted between layers of linen, at joints, across the chest and throat. Each bears function to grant breath, to restore limbs, to open the mouth, to illuminate the path. These are not mere tokens. They are technologies of the soul. And always Anubis watches. His statue is present, or his name invoked. He is the master of this rite, the guardian of the intact body. It was he who embalmed Osiris, and so it is he who sanctifies this rite for every soul that follows. Sometimes a mask is added, golden, painted, or plain linen with eyes marked in kohl. It is not to hide the face, it is to declare its presence eternally. The dead must be recognized in the Duat. All is done in silence or with murmured spell. The body is not touched by the unclean, it is not interrupted, it is spoken to, guided gently through the narrowing path between form and formlessness. And when it is finished, the body does not look like it is sleeping, it looks like it is waiting, not for life to return, but for the next moment. The embalmers have the scent of resin and sacred oils clings faintly to the air, and now the house is once more filled, not with the rustle of linen, but with voices. The ritual of mourning has begun. This is not the spontaneous cry of sudden loss that came earlier, raw and piercing. This is different. This is the deliberate act of remembering, made public, made holy, bound by gesture, words, and divine script. The household gathers, the family, the priesthood, the mourners, all take their places, and at the head and foot of the prepared body, once again, stand the two wonderful sisters, Isis and Nephthys, queens of lamentation, guardians of the sacred grief. They raise their arms in mirror poses, palms forward, body swaying in the rhythm of an ancient sorrow, their voices rise, not wails, but chants that hold both pain and invocation. It is not despair they perform, it is creation through mourning, for their soul cannot walk forward unless the world behind it names its passage. A trained wailing priestess, in form and name a surrogate of the goddesses, enacts the myth once more. She is Isis calling to her slain husband. She is Nephthys calling to her fallen brother. Her words call not only the dead, but to the Negero. Hear me, O Anubis, turn thy ears to my cry. O Anubis, O open of ways, place thy hand upon the car. O gods of the west, take the soul into your company. The mourners beat their breasts, but in measured rhythm, as though each blow were a drumbeat calling the spirit home. Their garments are rent, ash or coal stains their cheeks. Yet this is not chaos, it is symbolic dismantling, for the world itself is diminished by death, and this must be acknowledged openly. The priest speaks now, not of grief, but of truth. He recounts the deeds of the dead, names spoken before the company of the living. These are not boasts, they are reminders to the soul. This is who you were, this is what must be carried forward. And again, the name, the Ren, is spoken, repeated, cried aloud, chanted in chorus. Not once, not twice, but 42 times in some traditions, one for each moment of judgment to come. Why? Because the name must echo across worlds. The ritual continues with the lighting of lamps, the pouring of water, the sweeping of thresholds. These actions are small, but sacred. Grief is made manifest through motion. And finally, silence. The lament ends not with closure, but with stillness. The last cry dies into the air, the mourners bow low. The priest extinguishes the lamp, the house breathes, and in that breath, the soul hears the final blessing. You are mourned, you are remembered, you are not alone. And so the path remains open. They set you before the thresholds, at the tomb door, on the place of offering, mummy and statue facing west. The Sempri steps forward in the spotted skin, the lector beside him with the book of words. Smoke rises, cool water runs down the stone like a first rain. None of this is decoration. It is preparation, the gathering of tools and names, so that what was sealed can be opened again. The rite remembers a beginning older than coffins. Once it was done to statues, so the indwelling spirit could eat, drink, breathe, and see. In time, it was laid upon mummies, and even extended to shaktis and shrines. The purpose never changed. Restore the faculties so the dead can receive offerings and answer when called. The gestures are exact, touching the mouth and eyes with instruments because the goal is exact, to make the senses work. The Zen priest lifts the Atsi, a clean, bright edge. Then the Peseshkef, the little fish-tailed blade, whose memory is birth itself. Metal meets linen, then face. The touch is light and deliberate. A locksmith art, I open your mouth for you, I unlock your lips for you. The lictor's voice threads each act with the proper words, for tools without utterance are only metal. From the old kingdom onward, the museums keep their witnesses, trays with model vessels, at sea and Peseshkev laid out like a surgeon's kit for rebirth. Myth walks beside the gestures. Ptah is invoked to open, Urv to loosen bonds. What the hand enacts, the gods accomplish. The rite is not opposed to theology. It is theology made manual. The oldest papyri. Let the dead speak in the first person. Ptah shall open my mouth, Tuv shall untie the swellings. By such words, the unseen journey gives way, and the face is freed. There is meat and motion too, because life is not abstract. A foreleg is lifted, strongest part of the bull, and presented with words that recall the battles of Horus and the strengthening of Osiris. Oil follows, linen follows, incense follows. Each act fixes what the last one woke. The scene is preserved step by step in tavern vaults. Robbing the semi-priest, for the grace, instruments presented, anointing and clothing, offerings set down in order. The whole sequence is long as a night. Its meaning is simple as breath. What then is achieved? Not spectacle, function. The mouth opens so you may eat and drink what the living bring. The nostrils clear so you may breathe. The eyes brighten so you may see. The ears so you may hear. The tongue so you may speak. Without these, no gate will listen to your names, and no name will answer for you. With these, the body and the statue become a seat again, fit for your car, obedient to your bar, ready for the moment when all parts kindly into Ach. When the last formula is said, the tools are lowered and the priests are back. No trumpet sounds. You know it by the ease in your chest and the weight in your words. The rite has done what all true rites do. It has joined what was parted, unfastened what was tied, and set your mouth among the speaking again, so that when the guardians ask, your voice will be true, and when your friends pour water, you will drink. Then the procession moves on, and the West receives you with a face that can answer. The sun climbs high, casting long shadows over the earth. In its golden heat, the mourners gather, not in silence, but in ceremonial rhythm. The time has come, the procession begins. At its center, the body, now divine in form, veiled in white linen, resting within a sacred coffin. The coffin bears markings, spells, names, prayers, not to beautify, but to protect. It is not merely a box, it is a ship upon the invisible river. The journey to the tomb is a reflection of the journey through the Duat, and the living must walk it in your honor. The path leads west, always west, for that is where the sun sets, and where Osiris reigns in still majesty. As the body moves, the company chants each line of red in the waving of eternity. Open the way, O Anubis, guardian of necropolis. Grant peace to the car, O Anput, lady of the silent whale. Receive the soul, O great Osiris, lord of the hidden lands. At the fore walk the semi-priest and the lector-priest, bearing papyrus scrolls, their voices intoning the liturgy of protection. spells the water of confusion, lamentations to steady the spirits, hymns to call forth divine favor. Their words carry not just across air, they penetrate the layers of being. Women mourners, often family, follow in trance-like rhythm, their hands raised, hand bounce. Some bear jars of natron, of oil, of incense, sacred offerings to be placed beside the tomb. Their cries are ritual, measured and cyclical, repeating the names of the departed, so that the gods may hear and remember. Musicians play, not joyous tunes, but slow, circular songs of passing. The cistern rattled softly, calling upon Hathor, mistress of the West, to watch over the soul with her golden eyes. And behind them all, the kin, walking with heads bowed, yet not in despair. In their presence, the truth is witnessed, the dead are not abandoned, they are escorted as a dignitary is escorted to their place among the immortals. The path may lead through town, past familiar houses, through markets where the living pause, remove their head coverings and offer a moment of reverence, where the possession is not just private, it is communal. The loss is yours, but also the world's, and so the living bear witness. At the rear, servants and functionaries carry burial goods, furniture, clothing, food, statuettes of servants, amulets, even letters and memories. These are not trinkets, they are tools for the next life. Nothing essential is forgotten. The entire event is a choreography, each movement rehearsed through centuries, yet still personal, still touched with love. The gods are watching, but more than that, the soul is watching too, now separate, now rising, now drawn toward the tomb by the echo of its own name in the mouths of those it loved. And finally, the gates of the tomb appear, the possession holds. The soul stands beside the body, awaiting the rites of sealing and release. The earth is ready. The West has opened its arms. The tomb stands open, its threshold cool, its interior shadowed. Before it lies the coffin, still and breathless, but not longer merely human. It has become a sacred container, a vessel of transformation. All eyes are upon it, not with fear, but with ritual clarity. This is the final act of return. The priests step forward, incense is burned once more. Kefi, rising in slow spirals, descend a bridge between breath and spirit. It does not conceal the moment, it sanctifies it. The Sem priest anoints the coffin one last time with perfumed oil. He speaks the words of the Cheteb Dinesu, the offering formula that has echoed through tombs for 1,000 years and longer. An offering which the king gives and Anubis gives, and Osiris. He names the deceased, he names the gods, and in that naming the dead are bound to eternity. Now the tomb is entered, not hurriedly, but as one steps into holy ground. The coffin is carried by chosen hands, placed gently upon its bier. Around it, grave goods are arranged, food, linen, wine, amulets, written scrolls, all tools for survival in the Duat. Each one is not merely placed, but spoken over, named aloud. This is for your thirst. This is for your car. This is for your remembrance. A final water libation is poured upon the floor. May your path be cool, May the desert not burn your feet. A figurine of Web Warrior is placed near the entrance. Opener of the ways, guardian of transition, the one who makes paths where none were. It is said he walks ahead of the soul in silence, driving away confusion with a gaze sharper than the desert winds. A small, veiled statue of Anbud may be set near the heads, or else her name written in ink upon linen, placed under the wrappings. For she is the veil and the silence, the dignity of passage, the one who covers without erasing. The final invocation is now uttered. It is not always the same. Sometimes it is drawn from the Book of the Dead, sometimes from temple texts, sometimes from the mouth of a weeping daughter or faithful son. But its heart is always the same. Go forth in peace, go forth in my art, be justified before the gods, live forever in the fields of reeds. We shall remember your name. And then the seal. The stone is rolled, the bricks are set. The mouth of the tomb is closed with spell and hand alike. The air changes, a quiet descends, not empty, but full of the weight of completion. The mourners bow, some press their palms on the earth, others whisper the name once more, softly, as though to remind the soil, this is not the end. And above, the sun dips westward, slipping behind the hills. It does not fall, it enters the Duat, as the soul has done. The tomb is not forgotten, it is watched by jackals, by gods, by the heart of memory. And below, the journey continues. Beneath the sand and the silence, the tomb waits, cool, still, perfect in alignment. But what appeals to mortal eyes as mere architecture is, in truth, a ritualized cosmos. This is not a burial chamber, it is a temple, a sanctuary, a machine of eternity. Its every wall speaks the language of stars and sun and shadow. The orientation of the tomb is not random, it faces west, for that is where Ra descends, where the veil between day and night, life and death is most thin. To bury the body facing west is not to abandon it, it is to place it in alignment with the solar journey, so that as Ra sails his bouquet through the Duat, the soul may rise and walk with him. The ceiling of the burial chamber may be painted as a sky, stars dancing in sacred constellations, sometimes not. The great sky goddess stretches across the roof, arms to the east, feet to the west. Her body arched over the deceased. She is not decoration, she is the womb of rebirth. To lie beneath naught is to return into her, to wait the moment of being born again with the sun. The walls carry inscriptions, not merely prayers, but cosmic diagrams, spells from the Book of the Dead, invocations to the sons of Horus, hymns to Osiris, maps of the solar bouquet, and even diagrams of the Duat itself. These are not for the living, they are instructions for the soul, to be read not with eyes, but with the Ba's inner knowing. Some tombs contain false doors, not to confuse the living, but to allow the Ka to exit and receive offerings. These are portals, not physical, but spiritual, resting points between the realms. The Ka may step through, accept the scent of incense, the energy of bread, and return nourished. The very geometry of the tomb reflects sacred logic. Square chambers, arched ceilings, the placement of niches, all resonate with principles of Ma'at, balance, harmony, orientation with the sun, the stars, the Nile. This space is ordered, and in that order, the soul finds continuity. Even the depth of the tomb, descending below ground, mirrors the descent into the Duat, into darkness, into stillness, and yet, at the center, always a place for light, for a flickering lamp, or a beam at sunrise, or the imagined brilliance of Ra, who will one day arrive. In this way, the tomb is not a prison, it is a horizon, a temple turned inward, a star map carved in limestone. And within it, you are not buried. You are installed as a statue might be in a shrine. You are still, but you are not gone. You are placed in the cosmos, just as you once were in the womb. And from here, the journey truly begins. Chapter 3. The Veil. You stand now in a space that is not space, where direction collapses and time folds inward like lotus petals. There is no sound, yet the air thrums with presence. This is not yet the Duat, it is what comes before. The threshold, the veil. To the unknowing, it is emptiness, but to those who walk the journey of death, it is a life. The veil is easy sorrow made form, a breath when she called to Osiris across the great chasm. It is the cry of Nephthys in the silence of the desert. It is the air drawn in your final gasp, stretched and expanded into the very shape of passage. Some say it was born in the first time, that when the gods separated sky from earth, a shimmering veil remained between them. And this became the veil, neither light nor dark, but the space where change happens. The veil is not to be pierced, it must be followed. Anubis walks here, jackal-footed, black as the fertile soil, his eyes neither hostile nor welcoming. He moves without sound, yet his presence presses into the soul like gravity. He does not speak, he waits. Behind him others may come. Anput, veiled and majestic, her hands folded as if to lift the soul should it falter. Kebechet, cool and fresh, walking barefoot across invisible waters, carrying bowls of scented mist. Web wowed, spear in hand, clearing the unseen path ahead. But this is not the realm of law yet. It is the realm of preparation. To pass the veil is not to forget. It is to shed confusion, name, pain, even desire, until what is left is the bare essence of you. And yet, the veil is merciful. It does not strip cruelly. It peels gently, like linen from the embalmed, like night from dawn. Here, visions may come, faces of the mourners, words from old dreams, the scent of a childhood place. All these flicker, not as ghosts, but as echoes drawn from the car, from the Ren, from the memory of the world you have just left behind. There is no fear in the veil, only recognition. It is said that those who lived in Ma'at see the veil as light. Those who betrayed Ma'at see it as storm. But in truth, it is neither. The veil does not judge, it reflects. And as you walk its subtle path, you feel something loosen. Not your being, but the illusion of finality. Death was not the end, it was a door. The veil is the frame, and beyond it, the Duat awaits, vast, shifting, ancient as the stars. You do not walk alone. It is not enough to say that the veil exists. It must be known who wove it. In the first time, when Osiris was slain, torn apart, not by time, but by envy, by chaos, the world cracked. Life itself was wounded. The rivers did not forget how to flow, nor did the stars fall from the sky. But something deeper trembled. The bond between soul and form. It was Isis who stood unmoving. She did not flee. She did not crumble. She surged. With wings outstretched and heart burning, she gathered the pieces of Osiris' scattered body. Not just limbs and flesh, but memory, honor, and cosmic structure. And as she wept over him, her breath became the mist of morning, her cries became incantations, her laugh became threats. With it, she began to wave. What did she wave? Not just the shape of a husband restored, but the passage through which others might return. Her waving was not cloth, but structure, not visible, but felt. It became the liminal fabric between this world and the next, the sacred veil through which every soul must pass. Thus, Isis is not simply the mourner, she is the architect of return. She was the first to reach across the void of death and pull her soul back through. She conceived not only Horus, but also hope, that the cycle of life would not be broken by death. Her arms, when raised in lament, are not only mourning, they are portals, guiding the car as midwives guide a child. She did not forget Osiris, and she will not forget you. When the soul nears the veil, it is Isis who stands beside it, sometimes unseen, sometimes cleansed in the shimmer of memory. She whispers, not of fear, but of endurance. Her presence is a reminder that death is not defeat. She is often called the Great of Magic, the Mistress of Spells, and rightly so. But beyond this, she is the custodian of thresholds. Without her, the veil would dissolve into shadow. Without her, the body would remain silent forever. And so, in every mouth opening, it is her name that echoes. In every ritual of mourning, her grief shapes the sounds. In every soul that crosses safely through, her waving holds the path firm. She weeps still, but now her tears are sacred dew, falling gently on each traveler's shoulder. And when you pass, it is not just Anubis who waits. It is Isis, silent and radiant, the one who built the bridge between heartbeat and eternity. You do not walk into death, you walk along the threads she placed in love. You are, that is all you know. You are not cold, nor warm. You are not heavy, nor light. You stand, but no ground supports you. You breathe, but there's no wind. You hear, but no sound has made its way to your ears. The veil has passed behind you. The tomb is closed, the rites have been set. And now, you are within, the Duat, but you cannot name it yet. For the first sensation is bewilderment. Everything here is familiar, and yet not. You glimpse shapes of halls, of trees, of distant rivers, of forms that shimmer and collapse. Some take the shapes of those you once knew, others are symbols, ankhs, walking, jet pillars, whispering, eyes of horrors rising like stars. You reach out, but your hands pass through the images. Or perhaps the images pass through you. This is not failure of the place. This is your own essence adjusting. The bar has not yet found balance. The car knows its desires, but not its limits. The name, the Ren, echoes behind you like a distant bell. The shadow, the shoot, follows, but seems longer than it should be, curling where no light casts it. You are yourself, but you are also more than yourself, and less. Voices rise, distant at first, layered atop one another. Do you remember? Where righteous? Is your heart still yours? Have you come by the light path? A Duat does not ask politely. It does not wait for you to be ready. It presses upon your senses, not to punish, but to prepare. This disorientation is not cruelty, it is awakening. In the first time, even the gods were confused upon entering death. Osiris himself, they say, had to walk through shadow and flame before taking up his throne. Horus, when pursuing justice for his father, walked the same bewildering terrain. You are not alone in your confusion. Some say the first moments of the Duat test not the heart, but the clarity of the soul. What do you see? What do you fear? What do you grasp for? And what do you release? And then, suddenly, a form stabilizes. A gate, a tree, a jackal standing by a river, a great bouquet at anchor, uncrewed but expectant. The Duat begins to recognize you, and in doing so, begins to take shape. You take a step, and now you know you're walking. Another step, and now you remember how to move. Your breath steadies, though your lungs are now buried. The spell has begun to work. The words inscribed on your wrappings, the names painted on your coffin, the spells in your scroll, they are taking effect. They push back the confusion, they call forth meaningful mystery, and you begin to walk, not as one lost, but as one newly born. From the shifting mist of symbol and shadow, a figure begins to form. You do not come to it, you do not need to. It is already there, already watching, as if it had been with you since the moment your final breath escaped. Perhaps it had. At first, you see only a glimmer of ice, two shining embers in the dark, gold upon onyx. Then, shape follows, the lean, silent frame of Anubis, jackal-headed, upright, draped in the lining of eternity. His posture is not threatening, it is still, perfectly still, as if every movement has already been considered, and motion is not wasted. He does not speak, not at first. There is no need for words, you know who he is. He is the one who watched over your embalming, the one whose name was whispered during the washing of your limbs, the one whose image adorned the west wall of your tomb, black as fertile earth, eyes unwavering. He is the psychopomb, and still, he is not alone. A gentle scent touches the air, a coolness, a sweetness like lotus on dew, and beside him walks Kebechet, daughter of purification, she who refreshes. She bears no grand weapon, no scroll of judgment, only a bowl of sacred water, shimmering like a sky at dusk. Her gaze is kind, and in it is the memory of your name, spoken not as a title, but as a child once more. Behind them, silent wails, comes unput, somber yet regal. She does not come to speak nor guide, but to witness. She stands when you pause, she remains when you fall to one knee. She reminds you with her presence. This path is sacred, you are not forgotten. Then from a distance, where worried steers, grey of fur, bold of stance, the scout god treads ahead, making known the unknown, his gaze fixed beyond sight. He marks dangers before they form, he pierces confusion with function. Together, beneath the wine, forms comprise your first company. And this is not a procession, it is an escort. Your guide, Anubis, finally turns. His hand lifts, not commanding, but inviting. And now words rise, not from his mouth, but from the silence between your steps. Walk with me. That is all. You follow, and with each step behind him, the air settles, the terrain shapes, the formless becomes form, the way begins to reveal itself, for your guide is not creating it, he is uncovering what was always there, waiting for your feet to walk it. These gods do not explain, they do not reassure, they guide, and in guiding they teach the soul how to see. Anubis leads not just a path, he leads itself into remembrance of its journey. You're no longer disoriented, you're walking the way. He walks alone, but never lonely. He is not behind you, he is not beside you, he is ahead. Web-Wawed, the one whose name means open of the ways, does not accompany, he precedes. When no path exists, he makes one. Where the path is blocked, he splits it open. Where confusion reigns, his very movement is clarity. He is not Jekyll, and though he appears as one, lean, grey, ears forward, eyes fixed. His form shimmers with the twilight light of the Duats. To mortals, he might seem a scout or a shadow, but in truth, he is the god of first arrival, of threshold unbroken, of the unknown that is rendered known. He was there when the first tomb was carved, he was there when the first pharaoh entered death. He is there now, walking ahead of you, his footsteps invisible, but absolutely real. His is not the role of comfort, he does not soothe, he does not guard the soul like Anubis, he does not wash the path like Kebecher, nor does he veil it in silence like Anput. Where Wawit goes before, into places not yet seen, into trials not yet born. In ancient times, his image led the royal processions, his standard flying ahead of the king in battle. So, too, does he lead the soul through the warfield of death, clearing the spiritual terrain from a tomb to the hall of judgments, not to destroy, but to prepare. It is said he opens the way in 3 realms. In the realm of the living, by clearing confusion and guiding toward fate. In the realm of the dead, by removing obstacles between the soul and its judgments. In the realm of the gods, by bringing forth the truth of identity through trial. He carries no weapon visible, but the ancient texts name him, he whose voice awakens flame. And flame, the Duat, is not destruction, it is illumination. To see Web-Wawed is to know that you are not lost. Even if you cannot yet see the path, he can, and he has already begun to cut through the darkness. It is also whispered by those who read the stars and the old texts that Web-Wawed does more than clear the path. He sometimes becomes it. That when a soul is truly ready, the ground beneath their feet is none other than his will made firm. The step you take now may be your own, but is also the echo of a bowed stride, eternal and unhesitating. He does not turn back. He never looks behind him, because he knows you are coming. The bouquet does not drift of its own will. Chords are drawn taut, hands hold in rhythm, and yet the way resists. The waters are not still, they are heavy with memory. The ancient flood that once tore across Egypt, now echoing as a current that can carry you or cast you down. To move forward is to meet each obstacle with steadiness, not by force but by alignment. You fit yourself to the river as a blade fits its sheath. At every gate the pattern repeats. A goddess stands as portal, and with her the triad of guardians, the doorkeeper, the watcher, the herald. Their titles are severe, their names strange to the tongue, yet each one is a lock that yields only to its key. That key is speech. You must say what is fitting, and say it with the breath granted to you. If you falter, the mouth closes, the water turns backward, and you are lost. The Duat is merciless in this way, but not cruel. It demands only truth and precision. Thus, the knowledge of names becomes more than scholarship. It is survival. Each guardian's name is a knot tied into the structure of the Duat. Pronounce it rightly, and the knot loosens. Misspeak, and it tightens. The text preserve whole litanies of these names, hundreds of them, because the ancients knew that error here is more final than error on earth. The voice does what the hand cannot. It opens doors, steers the brow, and steers the boiling waters. Yet, names alone are not enough. The heart must waylide against the feather of my art. The traveler must match word with being. A false voice breaks against the scale, as surely as a stone falls through water. To say, I'm pure, is not to pretend at purity. It is to declare that you have measured yourself to my art and are found in her line. Speech is performative, but it cannot be counterfeit. The gods know the measure, and so the crossing is not won by strength, nor bribed by offerings, nor shortened by haste. It is endured rightly. You stand silent when silence is demanded. You speak when the names must be spoken. You breathe when breath is scarce. The bouquet moves not because the river gives way, but because you have become fit to sail upon it. To cross, then, is to prove that you are not stray shadow, but a being composed. Ka, Ba, Ren, Shut, and heart held together. The Duat presses on each part, looking for fracture, but if you hold fast, each challenge becomes less an enemy than a measure past. The river carries you forward, and the course slackened with relief. The bouquet is moved because you have spoken, endured, and remained true. And though your steps followed a novice, and your breath steered beside Quebec's cooling mist, you were not watched by them alone. As you stood before the shimmering edge of the world, more eyes than your own bore witness to the crossing. The Duat does not open without chorus, and its chorus is divine. There, just beyond the shimmer of perception, stood a carol, the twin lion gods of the horizon. One burned with the eye of the rising sun, the other cloaked himself in the secrets of dusk. They do not speak to the soul directly, they measure its readiness through flame and stillness alike. It is said they keep time not in hours, but in breaths of Ma'at. From the deep shadows near the base of the whale came the scent of papyrus and lotus. And there, Nechbet and Wadjet watched, the vulture and the cobra, the protectresses of crown and birth. They are not commonly spoken of in death, but their presence here reveals the ancient truth. Death is a second birth. Where they once guarded the infant, they now guard the soul, wrapping it in wings and venom should harm come near. In the whale's soft flickering shimmer, Heka steered, not in form, but in presence. Magic is not a being, yet it is also not without agency. It was Heka who allowed the path to form, whose force animated the spells inscribed on the coffin, whose power shaped the words spoken by the Sim priest. He does not manifest an image, for Heka is everywhere. The sacred is enacted, and without him, no veil could be pierced, no guide summoned, no gate opened. And still, more stood at the threshold, known to the soul only in dream memory. Tiana yet, she who marks the borders, watching whether the deceased had known the limits of justice. Renenutet, silent, hooded, goddess of names and destinies, whispering the soul's Ren as it stepped forward, anchoring identity. Ma'at herself, present not always in form, but as a kind of balanced humming in the very air, the feather unseen but already near. And in the features of the whale, barely sensible, moved the 7 Hathors, wailed in golden music, not yet revealed full, but there watching, for they had always known the moment of your death, and now gathered to observe its truth unfolds. The veil is not merely a passage, it is a court, a stage, a sacred boundary where the divine watches the mortal soul remember what it is. You were not alone when you died, you were never meant to be. And even as you walk deeper now into the Duat, the eyes of these presences remain at your back, not haunting, not clinching, but bearing witness to your crossing. Each god had a role, each played it, and the memory of their presence now becomes part of you. This is the deeper truth. Every step through the Duat is not merely forward, it is also inward, a recollection of the many faces of the divine that have walked beside you long before your death. You are guided, you are seen, you are in motion, and the way continues to open. The Duat does not explain itself, it reveals. With every step, you pass not only through terrain, but through theme, the great truths upon which the Egyptian soul was shaped. These themes do not come labeled. They emerge in encounter, in challenge, in vision, and yet they are constant, pulsing through the Duat like veins beneath sacred skin. The first theme is order versus unraveling. Not good versus evil, no, such lines are too crude here. The Duat teaches subtle truths. The path of Ma'at must be lived into. Your steps are not merely movement, they are an assertion of balance. Around you, the terrain shifts. sometimes serene, sometimes distorted, depending on the soul's harmony. If your inner self trembles, the Duat mirrors this. If you stride in clarity, the way is straight. Then comes the theme of naming and identity. Every being here, mortal or divine, is shaped by Ren, the sacred name. You will find gates whose names must be spoken, guardians whose titles must be known, spells that require exact recitation. For in the Duat, knowing the name is knowing the truth. If you forget yourself, you are forgotten by the world. Memory becomes a shield, recitation a weapon. Another theme arises: transformation. The self that entered the tomb cannot walk through the Duat unchanged. The body is left behind, but also slowly. So are layers of ego, fear, falsehood. In some stages, you will change form, become light, become shadow, become flame, become words. Transformation is not punishment, it is refinement. The gold must be smelted before it shines. And there is the theme of divine presence in all things. You begin to notice that the rain is not passive, a river is not merely a river, it might be Harpy's breath, or the tears of Isis. A wind that steers your car may carry Heka's whisper. A stone may bear the eye of Horus. The Duat teaches that there is no mundane. Every element is sacred, every shape a fragment of a god's will. This realm is alive, and you are walking within divinity. Then comes judgment and truth, not as a final trial, but as a constant undercurrent. With each action, each choice, the soul is being weighed. The whole of two truths still lies ahead, but already Ma'at is present. You begin to notice your own thoughts shaping the space. Fear creates shadows, peace draws light. You realize the Duat listens. It is not a blaze you walk through, it is a mirror you awaken. Last comes the theme of cycle and return. Even here in death, the spiral of time persists. You pass trees whose leaves curl in reverse, you see stars that fall upward. Some spirits you meet speak in riddles that echo your own life's regrets. And you understand, this is not the end. It is a continuation, an uncoiling of the thread spun long ago, perhaps before you were even born. The Duat does not forget. It loops. It remembers. It teaches that the soul is old, and its journey ancient. You walk on, not merely between one location and another, but between meanings, truths, symbols that reside in you as much as around you. And thus, the journey is not passive. It is a liturgy enacted in motion. Each breath taken in Duat is part of the older story. And now, the next part of the story awaits. There comes a moment in the Duat when the path does not bend or twist, but ends, not in cessation, but in demands. Before you stretches something vast and absolute, a river, or perhaps a lake of liquid flame, or a chasm so deep the stars seem to echo within it. Each soul sees this place differently, but the Duat revealed itself not as it is, but as it must be, according to the truths the soul must confront. But the message remains unchanged. You must cross. There are no boats waiting, no hand is extended. Anubis stands beside you, silent. but will go no further until you prove that you can pass, not just through terrain, but through trial. Where Duat is already across, watching from beyond, his form flickering like an omen. Kebehet lowers a bowl of sacred water, as if in gentle farewell. This crossing is yours alone. If what lies before you is water, it is not ordinary water. It is primordial and Doric, carrying the weight of forgotten time. It does not offer support, it tests the clarity of your essence. Swim with fear that pulls you under, move with purpose and it parts. If fire stretches ahead, it is not the fire of the earth, nor of punishment. It is the fire of purity, searing not your car, but your illusions. You do not burn, your falsehood do. And if you face wind, it is not to lift you. It is to ask you, who are you? The wind listens to your names, your titles, your truths. Lie, and you are blown backwards. Speak rightly, and the air parts like temple curtains drawn for a god. Every motion forward strips something away. The path does not care for ornaments. It accepts only what is essential. And this is not passage, it is transformation. One does not simply walk to the other side. One becomes something else by crossing. And so, you do. The barrier fades. Or perhaps it does not fade, but you simply find yourself beyond it. There is no applause, no divine announcements. There's only the silence of something important having happened. You breathe, and though there is no breath, you feel, though not with flesh. There is no weight behind your spirit now, not heavy but grounded. Something has shifted in you. You have crossed, others did not, but you did. The Duat knows this. It responds. The terrain ahead records itself. Gates become visible, stars realign, new paths form. This is not a return to wandering. This is initiation. The false layers are gone. The soul walks more truly now. You move forward again, and the journey deepens. Chapter 4. Entry into the Duat. The air is still, yet pulsing with unseen rhythm. You take another step, and the world responds. No longer a blur of veil and thresholds. The Duat now takes form, and with it, structure. You are within a realm, not bound by linearity. Space is not space, time is not time. Instead, the Duat arranges itself according to your soul's unfolding, revealing each station, gate, cavern, and chamber in a sacred sequence etched into the oldest tombs and carried on the oldest breaths of the priests. And the Duat is divided not by walls, but by function. There are 12 hours, not simply of night, but of becoming. Each guarded by its own gate and host of deities, each marked by its own trials, revelations, and transformations. There are not hours of duration, they are hours of initiation. To pass from one to the next is not to move with time, but to become more whole. There are caverns, mysterious and deep, whose guardians remember the ancient offenses of the soul and test its purity through riddles and flame. They are not punishments. They are opportunities to remember the sacred names the divine allies, the truths inscribed in your very being. There are regions where the soul of a chaos travels, where the forces of light and chaos engage in cosmic struggle. They justify it, may cleanse it, even walk beside it, for the soul is not separate from the gods. In crossing through the Duat, you are drawn into their drama. You are not a passive traveler, you are now part of the divine narrative. There are also lakes, fields, mountains, and walls of fire, each woven from cosmic metaphor. Some feed the car with cool waters. Others burn away the impure Ren. Some must be crossed with secret names. Some must be simply endured. Above all, there is order. Every stone in this realm is placed with intention. Every path is aligned to the great unfolding of my art. You are not lost here. You may be tested, you may be delayed, but if your heart remains lighter than the feather, if your memory remains strong, the Duat will continue to open before you like a sacred scroll unrolling word by word. You begin to see markers, not signs, but divine indicators, statues that watch with eyes of lapis, rivers that run backward and forward at once, constellations that shift as you pass beneath them. This is how orientation works in Duat, not by maps, but by relationship. And then you understand. You are the map. The journey was always shaped to your truth. Now, the Duat reveals itself, not as a realm you must conquer, but as a script you are learning to read. You walk on, and the rain begins to sing. It begins not with vision, but with sensation. A coolness passes over you, not of wind, but of recognition, as though your car brushes against something it had long forgotten, something once known beneath the stars of the living worlds. There is a resonance in the air, a hum beneath silence, as if the stones beneath your feet remember the names of gods whispered in temples long lost. Light does not fall here as it does in the world above. There is no sun, not yet, but neither is it shadow. The Duat glows from within, lit by the breath of the divine, the memory of right, and the spiritual friction of all who have passed before. What you see is revealed not by light, but by worthiness. When you are ready, it appears. A river curves in the distance, and for a moment, it seems to flow not with water, but with starlight. Liquid constellations murmuring sacred myths. You do not hear them with ears. You remember them as if they were your own memories returning. You gaze upon a grove of trees, acacia perhaps, or sycamore, and their leaves whisper in a tongue you somehow understand. You do not speak it, but you comprehend. The language of the Duat is symbol, and you are beginning to read. The ground is not dead, it responds. Where you step with confidence, the terrain brightens. Where you will hesitate, mist rise. The Duat is not judging you. It is reflecting you, offering you back to yourself. You catch movement, not threatening, but sacred. A jackal pauses on a ridge, watching. Not a novice, but one of his sacred messengers, ensuring you are not alone. A serpent coils in a pattern that echoes the glyph for becoming. A bird of dazzling hues cries out once, and you realize it speaks the vowel of your ren, the sacred tone of your name. You begin to understand how this world speaks, not with statements, but with presences. Everything here is, and everything here means. A pillar is not just a marker, it may bear the soul of a guardian who hold up the boundary between night and trial. A doorway may be a god, or a memory, or a riddle carved in divine stone. You do not yet know all their names, but you feel them awakening in your spirit. Not new knowledge, old remembering. This is not mere observation. This is orientation through resonance. The Duat has many dangers still ahead, but now, for the first time, you feel yourself capable of facing them, because you are beginning to see not just with the eyes of the dead, but with the consciousness of the justified. And with that, the road ahead, shimmering, winding, impossibly real, calls your next step forward. You see it now, all at once, but in sacred glimpses that gather shape with every step. The Duat is not formless shadow, nor one linear path, but a vast and ordered cosmos folded in on itself, like a serpent coiling to protect its heart. And you are walking its innermost ring. Before you stretches a land, unlike any known to the living. Valleys of flame that do not burn but judge. Rivers that flow both ways with memory and forgetting. Gateways carved from names and hills that echo with prayers spoken at your funeral. Everything here has meaning, not symbolic alone, but operational. In the Duat, to perceive is to participate. The land is divided, not by terrain, but by spiritual function. There are 12 great hours, 12 sacred transitions, each governed by its own gods, its own rules, its own spiritual conditions. These are not measures of time, but sequences of awakening. Passage through them is not guaranteed. You do not walk from one to the next. You are received, if worthy. With these hours are the gateways, fierce and veiled, each guarded by deities of shadow and flame. The names are terrible and beautiful, and must be spoken perfectly for the passage to open. Each gate has the part of the soul, not just your memory of right, but your memory of yourself. You pass lakes of fire where unworthy spirits are purified or dissolved. You pass fields of caves in which the guardians of hidden knowledge test your ability to endure silence, darkness, and your own forgotten truths. They are walls of iron, inscribed with the punishments of the damned, not as threat, but as lesson. The Duat is not cruel, it is exacting. There are places of beauty too, gardens of reeds, planted by Osiris in the time before death first entered the worlds. Isles of offering, where the blessed souls commune in peace with their ancestors. Mountains of sunrise, where the soul of a cave begins its nightly descent, and those who are pure may glimpse the divine engine of renewal. Every feature you see is alive with purpose. Nothing in Duat is idle. A boulder may be a god at rest, a column may be a name too sacred to utter aloud. Even the dust beneath your feet might once have been a prayer spoken in grief, now calcified into path. You begin to sense it. This is not merely the world of the dead. This is the world of divine order, preserved in death, that it might teach the living. It is not a place to escape from, but a sacred curriculum, and you, a pupil walking the text. And now you see a distant curve of roads, bending toward what appears to be a gate crowned with serpents and stars. The next hour approaches, and you walk toward it, not as a stranger, but as one becoming more real with every step. The walk Duat is the walk within the presence of divine proximity. These are not metaphorical beings, nor faded myths. The deities who inhabit this place are active, aware, and engaged in the perpetual unfolding of order over chaos. Some guard, some guide, some test, others simply witness. Above all, this realm belongs to Osiris, Lord of the Westerners, sovereign of the dead, crowned in white and throned amidst reeds and silence. He does not greet you here, not yet. His court lies deeper, in the fields of offering, in the twilight, at the edge of becoming. But his presence is felt already. The Duat is his body, his domain, his memory cast into sacred geography. Where you walk, he has walked first, not as a mortal, but as the one who made mortality sacred. Close by, and often nearer than you would expect, is a novice, guardian of transition, lord of embalmers, keeper of the sacred ways. He is not only guide, he is the one who knows how far a soul can go before it forgets itself. His shackled form does not signify severity, but discernment. He walks in silence, not from indifference, but because in Duat, too many words can unravel one's form. Near to him moves Anput, divine mother and guardian of the body, whose grief is not weakness, but sacred power. Where she weeps, the Duat calls. Where she speaks, it listens. Beside her is Kebechet, their daughter, she of cooling waters, who anoints, who purifies, who brings clarity to the senses dulled by the passage through death. These goddesses do not command armies. They preserve dignity, and that is a power deeper than flame. Also, within these caverns and hours is Webwawit, the opener of the ways, whose domain is the world itself. Both, battlefield and beyond, he walks ahead of you, not to abandon, but to blaze the trail. In battle he howls, in death he guides. When the gates rise before you, it is he who has made them openable. Not all presences are warm. You pass spirits with eyes like burning discs and limbs composed of knives. They do not hate you, but they will not allow impurity to pass. Gate deities, guardians of the 12 hours, their names of flame, poison, and time. Some stand upright like sentinels, others dwell within walls, in statues, or even the rivers themselves. They require that you know them, not by flattery, but by sacred naming. If you cannot name them, they will assume you are not meant to be here. Other beings drift silently, long-limbed and veiled. Ancient Echeri, whose forms touch memory itself. They are not gods, but they are older than the world. Some may test your fear, others merely observe. And above all, threading through many regions, appear these 7 Hathors, each bearing a different mask, each linked to fate, music, joy, and death. They are weavers of destiny, keepers of your life threads. They do not intervene, not yet, but they hum your ren beneath their breath, and what they hum becomes reality. The Duat is populated, not crowded, but intentional. Each presence is a challenge or a comfort, a reflection or a warning. You are not the center of this realm, but if your soul remains aligned with my art, you are its welcome guest. These gods walk beside you now, not in dreams, in reality deeper than life. And so, with reverence, you continue forward, knowing that the eyes watching you are not only measuring your worth, but awaiting your arrival at the deeper thresholds of truth. From the moment your breath stopped, something had stirred. You may not have noticed it at first. The Duat reveals only what you are ready to perceive. But now, in the stillness between sacred names and cosmic geography, you feel it. The other presence. It is not divine, though it has followed the gods. It is not alien, though unfamiliar. It is you and not you, apart, long separated, rejoined in this sacred descent. The Egyptian named it the Ka, the living energy, or perhaps the Ba, the personality in flight. But deeper still, it is the shadow self, the double, the silent companion who has always stood in the invisible doorway of your life, and now, in death, it stands revealed. You sense it, not with eyes, but with a pressure just behind your soul's awareness, a warmth, a presence, a gaze turned gently inwards. It is not a guide, it does not lead, but it walks with perfect synchronization, step for step, like a twin who remembers all that you have forgotten. At times, it appears to you, not clearly, but in glimmers, the silhouette beside your own as you pass a sacred brazier, the echo of your footfall when you thought you walked alone. It may speak, but not in voice. It speaks in recognition, in a sudden sensation that you are being remembered by yourself. And this companion is both mirror and witness. It carries what you left behind, dreams unfulfilled, truths half-lived, names you fear to speak. It holds no judgment. It is the fullness of what you were, given form, and now it walks with you that you might become whole again. The gods do not speak to it, they see it, yet they measure it, but they leave it untouched. For it is not for them, it is yours. It is your task to acknowledge it, to integrate it, to walk as two and one. And sometimes, when fear clutches, the path of silence deepens too greatly. It moves slightly ahead, gently shielding you from despair. Not with power, but with presence. For this is the part of you that never forgot who you truly were. You begin to understand. This journey is not only through the words, it is through the full remembering of the soul. Without this companion, you could not pass. With it, the gates will know you, and the final weighing will not surprise you. You walk on, accompanied by the gods, yes, but more deeply, by yourself, completed. The air changes, where once it stirred gently, humming with divinity and sacred names. It now tightens, as if watching. The land shifts, no longer open fluid, but enclosed, labyrinthine, resistant. The door begins its inquiry, not by interrogation, but by obstacle. The first forms are subtle, paths that fork without sign, echoes that do not match your step, mists that part to reveal nothing. It is as though the Duat tests your attention, requiring not strength, but discernment. And as you press forward, the guardians make their presence known. A gate rises, unmarked, massive. Its surface engraved not with hieroglyphs, but with faces, hundreds of them, all weeping, laughing, silent. It does not speak, it simply waits. You feel its gaze, not on your body, but on your memory. If you do not recall the proper rites, if the prayers spoken for you at death were incomplete, it will not open. A cavern opens nearby, layering with cool air and whispers. Voices call out in your language with names you loved in life. But something in the tone is too perfect. This is a place of false refuge sent to the lady unworthy. You do not enter, you remember. Not all that shines in the Duat is light. Then come the guardians, not the great ones, not yet, but the first among them. A serpent with 12 heads blocks the bridge ahead. Each head speaks a riddle, each in a different dialect of divine speech. You answer with the names given in the scrolls placed upon your tomb. If you forget even one, the heads do not strike. They simply vanish. And the bridge, thus too, you must walk another way, longer, harder, but still passable. The Duat punishes not with cruelty, but with delay. Every obstacle reflects a piece of you. You begin to see each guardian, each hindrance, is a mirror forged from some forgotten moment in life. The secret you never voiced, the vow you did not keep, the kindness you refused when it was easy to give. The Duat remembers all things. There are warnings too, not of punishment, but of misstep. A wall weeps blood as you pass. A voice from behind calls your name, not your living name, but your secret one, known only to the gods. You do not turn. If you do, you will see only yourself. And in the Duat, seeing one's unready soul too soon can unravel it. In all these things, the realm does not hate you, it teaches. The obstacles are not gates to bear you, they are questions, and your answers are not spoken but lived in memory, in alignment, in courage. When you pass them, something shifts. The air releases, the ground softens, the guardians withdraw. Not defeat, but satisfied. The door opens again, and what lies ahead begins to shine with deeper clarity. But you have learned now. This path is sacred, yet, but never passive. You pause, not from weariness, but from reverence. The veil of illusion, so gently torn with every step, lifts again. Not completely, it never fully lifts, but enough for you to feel it now. The turning of the great pattern. You are not in the realm of endings. You are at the pivot. Above you, the sky of the living glows dimly, far beyond reach, like a memory softened by time. Below you, the rumble of primordial depths turns. The nun untouched and eternal. But you are not between these things. You are within this sacred fulcrum around which all opposites turn. The Duat, the spinal corridor of divine order. This realm is no shadow. It is the inner chamber of the cosmos. It is through here that the sun travels each night in its bouquet of fire and renewal. It is here that Ra is attacked, wounded, and reborn. The gods do not abandon this place after creation. They return night after night, renewing the pact of existence. You feel it now, as a thrum in the unseen, the motion of Ra's solar boat, somewhere near or far, sailing through a different hour of the Duat, accompanied by gods of fire and flame, serpent slayers, and brace singers. You are not yet aboard, but your journey echoes its course. To your left, you see constellations twisted into glyphs. Orion, not as hunter, but as Tsar, the living embodiment of the soul triumphant. To your right, the moons of Osiris cast silver shadows into pools of stillness, mirroring the divine call to come. You realize even now, in this sacred darkness, the stars are within reach. You are not dead, you are aligning. And the Duat, far from being a place of exile, is a realm woven through all things. It touches the Nile, the sky, the temple, the tomb. Every sacred act done in the land of the living echoes here. Every unjust deed stains the air. Every name spoken in reverence is a torch lit in this realm. Even time behaves differently, for the Duat exists not in history, but in eternal recurrence. Every soul walks it, every god knows it, every prayer speaks to it. Now, you are not outside that flow, you are within the fabric, and the fabric recognizes you. You stand in awe, for you are not only navigating the Duat, you are passing through the nexus of creation, judgment, and renewal. And in your steps, the cosmos turns with you, not because you are mighty, but because you are becoming true. Here, the first themes rise and entwine around you like invisible threads in a loom. The first is Ma'at, not as a goddess only, nor as a feather, but as orientation. Every turn in Duat, every gate and challenge, every presence of silence is a measure of how closely your soul aligns to truth. Ma'at is not weight only at the end, she is the gravity that holds the entire realm in shape. When you act in harmony, the Duat opens. When you stray, the mist thickens. The second is a memory, not nostalgia, but sacred recollection. You begin to see how names matter. Not just the names of the gods, but your own, your Aren, your secret name, the one whispered by the 7 Hathors at your birth. The Duat calls you to remember, not what you want, but what you are. And every forgotten truth becomes an obstacle. Next comes duality, light and shadow, serpent and sun, silence and hymn. The Duat is formed in twos, night and day, west and east, birth and death. You walk through opposition, and through that opposition, the middle path is born. Not compromise, but divine synthesis. The soul learns to walk between extremes. And then, trial, not as punishment, but as confirmation. Each test is not meant to break you, it is meant to reveal you. Just As gold is tested in fire, so too is truth verified in hardship. Duat does not wish your harm, but it cannot lie to you either. If you are not yet ready, it will show you. If you are, it will carry you further. And woven through all, the constant presence of the divine, not distant, but active. The gods are not watching from thrones, they are walking these very paths, guiding some, judging others, assisting when the rites are remembered and the heart is clean. There is no part of the Duat where the divine is absent. Even in silence, the gods are near. These elements, these themes, are not learned all at once. They unfold gradually, in symbols, in encounters, in dreams within the dream of death. But now, you have begun to hear them. And that hearing is the beginning of understanding. You are not here to pass through the Duat, you are here to be transformed by it. And the themes, ma'at, memory, duality, trial, and the divine, are the 5 sacred tones by which this transformation will be sung. Until now, your steps were steps of awakening. You crossed thresholds, remembered rites, saw divine shadows stretch across the sacred geography, but you walk still as one newly departed, a soul cloaked in the dust of earthly memory. Now, something clears. A wind from nowhere, or perhaps from the mouth of a hidden god, passes through you. It does not chill, it strips. Illusions fall like tattered linen, and suddenly, the path does not shift beneath you. It becomes solid, radiant, inevitable. The Duat has accepted your presence. Not fully, not yet, but enough to mark you as a soul in motion. And so, the true journey begins. The terrain grows denser, landmarks no longer resemble the human world. Geometry bends, horizons tilt, great pillars carved with living flame rise beside the roads, each inscribed with scenes of judgment and praise, of punishment and triumph. Some glow with red light, others hum with violet force. They do not obstruct, they bear witness. Above you, you see birds flying, not of flesh, but of memory. Herons, ibises, falcons, all winged thoughts of the living who still pray your name, keeping it aloft. You realize, so long as the wren is remembered, the path stays lit. But already, some birds drift away, carried by the forgetting of time. Ahead, a vast plain stretches, empty, yet pregnant with unseen motion. Beneath the soil, beneath the stars, something breathes. It is not a beast. It is the cycle itself, the breath of the divine, the turning of the solar bouquet, the pulse of Ma'at. You are in it now, not in myth, not in hope, in the machinery of divinity. Live from within. The gods are closer than before. Some walk openly, others wait within gates not yet visible. You do not yet see the whole of the truth, but its presence has begun to steer the air like a scent on the horizon. Your heart feels it, subtly shifting, not in weight, but in clarity. This is not wandering, this is pilgrimage, and pilgrimage implies direction. You are no longer simply dead, you are on the path. The Duat recognizes you. The gods prepare their stations. Ahead, the next hour beacons, an hour of oaths, gates and names. And now, at last, you're ready to speak to them. Chapter 5 The Heart of the Duats. Part 1 The Caverns of Testing. Not land as in the waking world, but a firmament beneath you that carries your essence without weight. That is the Duat. You do not walk there so much as sink into a memory of places, not a map, but a series of stations where the night god tests, repairs, and renews what daylight has worn thin. This is the corridor through which the solar bark passes every night, and the scenes painted on tomb walls. The Underworld hours are not a mere decoration, but a ritual itinerary for the soul and for the sun. You go down by story and by name. At first, there is the hush of witnesses. Osiris as judge and king of the Netherlands, not a distant monarch, but the very principle of renewal that gives the night its shape. Around him, coil protectors and wardens. Mechan, the coiling serpent whose body encircles the solar bark and preserves the fragile rebirth of the sun. Akka, the twin lion horizon who holds yesterday and tomorrow at his shoulders. Tayet, the mistress of linen and bandage, who tends the wrappings that make a human whole again. Sarket, the scorpion goddess and guardian against the poisons of undoing. And these figures are not accidental ornaments. They are active roles in a nightly liturgy, each with an emblem and a function in the drama of restoration. There is a neutral hour, the sixth of the Underworld, a point of deepest stillness where the Valkyrie reaches the inward chamber and the work of reconstitution is at its apex. In many versions, this is when the sun's renewal is consummated, the union of solar power with the Osirian principle that allows day to be born anew. The serpent of chaos, Apophis, is the Parian antagonist of this passage. The ritual literature and the nightly myth places her souls at hours adjoining the moment of renewal, and ritual texts and rites were devoted to his recurrent overthrow. Apophis' large, pitched confrontations occur in the hours that rest upon that fulcrum and in specialized overthrowing texts that describe how priests defeat him. The descent is not only a contest of forces, but a grammar of personhoods. The Egyptian funerary corpus treats identity as a composition. Ka, the vital double. Ba, the personality that can move. Ren, the name that anchors being. And Shut, the shadow, must be joined by right and truth to produce the Ach, the luminous, effective self that survives and acts. The practical implication is plain. Ritual, names, and the right offerings are not vanity. They are the engineering that makes transfiguration possible. Learn the terms once and you will see them everywhere, in amulets, in bandages, in the lines of a tomb inscription. We find ourselves not among mere echoes, but among functionaries, a night shift of the cosmos whose names and tasks keep the universe from unraveling. The caverns are crowded with gods and goddesses, both great and local, with serpent wardens and mummied kings, with assessors, talismen, and creatures of terror that the living would rather not name aloud. Each figure is a bespoke tool in the work of passing. Some mend, some guard, some judge, and some, less kindly, test. This is not decoration. It is an organized homeland of roles. At the center of the night's roster stand the protective personalities who ride with or around the solar bark. Mehen, the Coiled One, wraps his body about Ra's boat as a living bulwark. In texts and tomb scenes, the serpent coils to shelter the sun and to participate in the renewal of the gods. Aker, shown as twin recumbent lions. Literally yesterday and tomorrow sits at thresholds and horizons. The earth gate who opens and closes the passage to the west and back again. Tired, the line and mysteries furnishes the wrappings and garments that preserve bodily integrity and so make resurrection possible. Funerary linen is not mere cloth, but part of the engineering of rebirth. Serket, the scorpion goddess, stands ready to counter venom and to guard the vulnerable parts of the corpse and its jars. Hence her frequent presence in tomb iconography and canonic ritual. Not all protectors wear familiar faces. The caverns are ringed by named serpents and threshold beings who appear only in the funerary books. Local specialists of door and lock. One such name, Taka Horus, is attested in the Book of Gates and similar corpora as a guardian serpent of a gate or pylon. These are not generic monsters, but named officials with stated duties in specific hours. Apophis, the cow serpent, is the famous antagonist, the recurring danger who must be bound, dismembered, or otherwise neutralized by ritual and by the combined powers of the other beings of the night. The caverns also hold gods of place and craft. Sokar, the Memphite necropolis god, is articulated in the underworld geography and later fuses with Ptah and Osiris in cultic hybrids. His sphere is the sand, the workshop, the tomb mound that conceals and protects. Nehab-Kau, first a primordial snake and later a benign funerary attendant, moves between roles, sometimes fearsome, often protective, occasionally named among assessors who examine the deceased. Such figures display the Egyptian habit of turning dangerous power into guardianship when properly invoked. Beyond named gods are the legal personnel of the afterlife, the assessors, the judges, the embodiments of Ma'at procedures. The deceased may meet dozens of named assessors, or negative confessions agents whose job is to test the heart and the name. Success is a social achievement as much as a cosmic one. This juridical cast of Duat is why amulets, correct formulas, and accurate names matter so much. The ritual record is an instruction manual and a list of contacts. Finally, the caverns are populated by marginal beings, ghosts of the false named, shades who wander because their Ren was forgotten, and minor spirits who embody particular failings or poisons. Many of these figures exist mainly to be outwitted or bound by spells. Hence, the proliferation of overthrowing and anti-serpent literature in the ritual corpus. Think of the caverns as having a hierarchy, high officials and craftsmen, gatekeepers and serpents, jurists and assessors. Then the petty devils and lost names that the living fear most. The composition is pragmatic. Every being is there to do a job. The first cavern, entrance into the hidden underworld. Not a gate of stone hammered by a mortal hand, but a ritual hinge in the dark. This is the cavern that opens the book. Here, the world of day knocks politely at the edge of night, and Ra descends with his call to bleed passage. The earliest scenes in the funerary Book of Heavens show Ra negotiating with the serpentine doorkeepers, the guardians who name and test those who would enter in the upper registers of the first division. The corpse of Osiris is already on display, broken to pieces in the narrative art, a stark reminder that the netherworld is both a place of concealment and of revealed truth. This entrance is social as much as spatial. The Ennead and other Western divinities flank Ra, not as passive scenery, but as witnesses and sponsors. Offerings, litany, and the correct formulae accompany the passage. The deceased, or the son, must show name and rites of receipt. In iconography, the register reads like a hall of reception. Doorkeepers, threshold spirits, and the divine court assemble to receive the newcomer and to catalogue his claims. The scene is emphatic, the Duat is organized, its answers to law and liturgy. One must be cautious with the word union here. The Book of Heavens opening tableau present Ra and Osiris as distinct presences. The corpse of Osiris is displayed early, and the symbolic merging of the solar and Osirian power is a process, not a single instant. In many witnesses, the symbolic rapprochement, the sun discs appearing upon or paired with Osiris, becomes visually explicit as the book proceeds. By the third portion or division, the imagery of pairing grows. And by the later divisions, the two principles are shown cooperating in the work of renewal. Treat the first cavern as the antechamber of the longer drama, entrance, account, and the first acknowledgements that make later union possible. The second cavern, the place of the condemned. Here the Duat bears its teeth. The cavern that follows the welcome is a hall of reckoning as much as of wrath, a place where the daylight's enemies are shown, named, and unmade. In the funerary composition known to us as the Book of Heavens, this portion of the underworld is repeatedly given over to the punishment of those who stood against Ra and Osiris in life, rebels of cosmic order, criminals of the ritual horizon, and the nameless malignities that feed on disorder. The texts and images speak a hard, juridical language. These figures are not merely frightened, they are consigned to non-existence. The iconography is blunt and repetitive by design. Limbs flailed, heads served or set beneath the feet. Bound bodies turned upside down, sometimes hung or thrust into cauldrons whose mouths gape like mouths of oblivion. Such scenes are meant to instruct as well as to terrify. They advertise the fate reserved for those who break the ties of Ma'at. In several tomb registers and temporalists, the enemies are shown explicitly as those who oppose Osiris, and are described as being annihilated, returned to a state of non-being, so that they cannot supply the need or the living worlds again. These visual punishments form an essential contrast to the scenes of reward elsewhere in the caverns. Observe that the means of punishment vary between witnesses, beheading in one copy, inversion and humiliation in another, the eating of flesh in a cauldron in yet another. The Book of Heavens corpus itself is not a single immutable script, but a family of compositions and decorative programs. Some inscriptions even expand the violence as an apotropic insertion intended to protect Osirian cult and rites, such as the Kohaic mystery. This is why one tomb's registers emphasize decapitation while another will show enemies bound and gagged. Theological purpose and local ritual needs reshape the spectacle. Theology and function meet in the violence. The destruction enacted in this cavern is not caprice. It is the ritual excision of forces inimical to regeneration. To consign someone to the place of annihilation is, in Egyptian terms, to erase their potency. Their name, their ba, their claim to being. The erasure is the opposite of the funerary art's work, where the priests strive to secure a man's name and ka. The cavern's officers work to remove the claim when the cosmic ledger demands it. Read this cavern as the flip side of every mortuary rite, with the living stitch in perpetuity. This place unpicks. A final caution note on interpretation. Some of the cruel tableaus were also protective images for the living. By showing the enemies destroyed, the walls themselves became talismans that guarded the king and the community from those evil forces. Scholars have argued that certain violent insertions, for example the emphatic decapitation scenes in some Osirian chapels, are late cultic additions meant to bolster ceremonial efficiency rather than literal maps of the afterlife jurisprudence. Treat each gruesome picture as both theological statement and practical ritual device. The third cavern, the chamber of division. Here the Duat tails into paradox. In this cavern, the same registers show joy and horror side by side, for it is both the banqueting hall of the justified and the torture chamber of the condemned. The Book of Caverns bears no subtlety here. The upper panels often depict the blessed receiving offerings, while beneath them the enemies of Ra and Osiris are bound, mutilated, or thrust headlong into pits of fire. It is a theatre of balance, nourishment above, annihilation below, order and chaos illustrated in parallel. And the blessed are shown with the trappings of ritual well-being. They receive offerings of bread, beer and cool water. The essentials that the Egyptian cult practice guarantee vitality. The presence of the sunborg in these scenes suggests that it is not merely Osiris who sustains them, but Ra himself who dispenses these goods through his nightly passage. Iconographically, the blessed are often mummified or semi-human, drawn in ordered rows, hands uplifted, receiving the rays of the solar disk. To be fed in this context is not only to eat, but to be confirmed as one who belongs to the company of the justified. The condemned, by contrast, are shown inverted, a visual grammar of rejection. To be upside down in Egyptian art is not simply a pose, it is a metaphysical statement. The body turned against the grain of my art, the head denied its proper orientation to the sun. Some are decapitated, others have their entrails burned, still others are drowned or confined in blazing cauldrons. Each modality of punishment demonstrates the same truth. Those who rebel against order are unmade. Their ren is blotted, their ba scattered, their shadow consumed. These images served the same apotropaic function as in the previous cavern. They are talismans of triumph as much as maps of doom. The juxtaposition is deliberate and liturgical. To a modern reader, it may appear grotesque that feasting and torture are painted together. But to the Egyptians, it was a demonstration of cosmic equilibrium. Just as the sun alternates between brilliance and eclipse, the Duat shows reward and negation at once. Inscriptions in this cavern speak to the nourishment of the justified and the annihilation of the enemies, presenting them as twin halves of one divine economy. Life is confirmed by the very destruction of those who threatened it. Thus, the third cavern is not chaos, but symmetry, banquet above, abyss below. One cannot be understood without the other, for the eternal bread is baked in the same oven that burns the rebel. The priests of the new kingdom who read these walls aloud in tomb chapels knew it as well. Reciting nourishment ensured it, and naming the punishments neutralized them. Both halves had to be avoided, for the sun to pass safely and for the dead to be secured in their place. The fourth cavern, the secret burial places and the throne of Osiris. Not merely a room of bones, but a sanctuary folded inside a secret double chamber. This is where the Duat keeps its dead king and where the cult of resurrection is staged as a domestic liturgy. In the fourth cavern, the wall scenes change their tempo. Punishment relaxes into reverent service. The violent tableaux give way to the slow, ceremonial assembly and enthronement of what was broken. Here, Osiris is not a distant myth, but an active, seated ruler, sometimes shown as a mummiform king, sometimes with the Solidis or Ram's head nearby, a presence whom the other gods honor and surround. The texts that accompany these images are explicit in function. The Book of Caverns places Osiris in prominent registers, in the middle divisions. The iconography frequently shows him enthroned, encircled by protective serpents, and flanked by goddesses such as Isis and Nephthys. These are not idle portraits, and the enthronement signals the re-establishment of ritual offerings. He receives oaths in a new kingdom decorative programs. The fourth division often places Osiris' active guardians at the heart of the tableau, demonstrating that burial and kingship are one and the same work in the night. There is also a living geography to this cavern. The Egyptian ritual imagination links Osiris' burial not only to abstract mounds, but to a specific cold space in the living world. Abydos and its Osirian, where pilgrims believe the god lay and where annual rites reenact his death and reappearance. Archaeology and inscriptional traditions show Abydos as the principal cult center of Osiris. The secret burial places in the Duat function as symbolic counterparts to that cultic tomb. In other words, the cavern shrines mirror the sacred places that human priests tended by the Nile. A final, crucial player in these scenes is the coiled protector, Mehen. In the fourth and adjacent divisions, Mehen's spiral is often drawn about the throne or the baquet. The serpent's coil form a living shrine and a line of fire against chaos. Mehen protects the object of resurrection, whether Ra in his night boat or the reformed body of Osiris, and so participates in both the cosmic and the personal project of rebirth. Treat the fourth cavern as the place where burial becomes kingship and where the Duat's domestic shrines answer to temples of the living. The fifth cavern, serpents, sustenance, and the throne. The fifth cavern is a chamber of coils and cups, a place where protection and provision are braided together. Here, the great serpents that patrol the night take on two faces. They are guardians who wrap the world in a living armor, and they are conduits of the sun's restorative power, channels by which the dead are fed and strengthened for what comes next. In wall scenes and captions, the coil is both fence and fountain. Mehen and kin form the architecture of the Wake's safety, even as priestly formulas and offerings pass from hand to mouth. Look closely at the registers and you will see the same rhythm repeated. Above the blessed receive bread, beer, water, and fragrant oils. Every gift the cult uses to replicate life. Below, serpents wind, mouths open or tipped with flames. Their body is a border between security and dissolution. The act of feeding in the Duat is therefore twofold. It is practical. The deceased are pictured eating and drinking as part of the restored vitality. It is metaphysical. The food is also the sun's warmth, the words of power, the ritual touch that knits Ka to body and crowns the Ach with efficiency. Mechen's coil is emblematic. In Underworld and related compositions, Machen appears as the coil protector of the solar bark. In many Ramside and later copies of the Book of Heavens, his spiral frames the scenes of sustenance and throne guarding. The serpent's protection is not merely defensive. By encircling Wake and the enthroned dead, Machen helps to preserve the very conditions that allow nourishment, material and divine, to pass to the blessed. Think of the coil as a threshing floor where danger is sifted out and the grain of being is secured. Osiris too is central to these panels, where earlier caverns display his wounds or absence. The middle to late divisions of many copies now show him enthroned and being served. The god who was broken becomes the god who receives and thus authorize provision for the justified. His authority converts the food into something more than calories, into sanction, into rites. When the priest sets out bread at Abydos, they imitate this nightly economy, making the offering an act that ties temple to cavern, altar to throne. Other serpents and serpentine beings accompany Machen. Neheb Cow, once a primeval reptile of chaos, is transformed in funerary literature into a binding, sustaining force. One who, among other functions, can bind or abortion the Ka, and is sometimes counted among those who secure the deceased's vitality. The many-named snakes that ring the caverns are therefore ambiguous, terrible when antagonistic, benign when called by the right name and formula. This ambiguity is the theological point. Power is neutral, but the ritual makes it protective. Finally, note the practical theology embedded in the arts. These are not merely picturesque feasts. The scenes of offering and feeding are prescriptions. Recite this formula, present these items, call the serpent by its true name, and the nourishment will flow. For the living who tended tombs and temples, the cavern's banquet was a liturgical instruction, a manual that linked sacrificial table, sung spell, and the coil of the night's great serpents into one unbroken economy of life. The sixth cavern, the culmination, transformation, and preparation for dawn. We come at last to the cavern that smells faintly of cold earth and hot incense, the turning place where the night's labors are bound up and the word of rebecoming is pronounced. In the sixth cavern, the long liturgy tightens. Ra's power gathers, the wounds of Osiris are stilled, the Ach is readied, and the machinery of sunrise is checked and oiled. This is not merely a scene of victory, but a moment of technical completion. The final rites, the sealing of names, the fitting of crowns, after which the gods and the justified alike may re-enter the day. Here, the imagery often becomes explicitly regenerative. In many witnesses, the scarab or the sun disk rises from mounds or from a sensual secret chamber, a visual shorthand for the rebirth that will occur as the bark turns toward the eastern horizon. The Book of Caverns, in its closing divisions, presents this moment as the initiation of rebirth. Scarab beetle emblems emerge in discs, and the beginning of the sun's outward motion appear and register. Read iconography and caption together, and you see a stage sequence. Preparation, consumption, and the first steps toward emergence. The transformation of the dead in this cavern is not vague mysticism, but ritual engineering. The rites pictured and spelled out, naming, offering, rapping, voice formulas, are the last calibrations that convert a Ka into Ach, that connect in the world of gods. Priestly worlds in tomb registers secure the Ren, bind the Ba, and settle the Shut. When these elements are harmonized, the text claims the luminous form stands and walks with the sun. Thus, the culmination is both metaphysical and practical, a technical finishing of the soul's apparatus. A curse and praise belongs here in plain sight. The earth horizon that Akka personifies, the twin lions, or the merged Akero, forms the doorway through which the reborn sun must pass. In laid new kingdom and ramside imagery, Akka's twin bodies are placed at the margins of the scene, sometimes literally forming a tunnel or bed that the solar disk must traverse. In effect, Akka is the ledge and the hinge. It closes the world behind the passing night and, at the same instant, opens the mouth of the east. To speak of the sixth cavern without Akka is to forget. The gatekeeper hands the newly made light back to the sky. Do not be misled into imagining a single uniform catalogue. The sixth, as a finality, is an editorial scheme as well as a sacred claim. Some redactions of the Book of Caverns are organized into 6 major divisions, and those divisions work well as spine of the chapter, but other traditions multiply the geography. There exists a separate composition, the Book of the 12 Caverns, which enumerates 12 regions tied to lists of resident deities and can be read as a 12-fold mapping of the night. Likewise, the Book of Gates sets the nocturnal journey into 12 hours or gates that the sun and the soul must traverse in time. The relationship is chronological. The caverns divisions may be read as thematic groupings, while the 12-gate system give the strict hour-by-hour itinerary. Both are valid. They are different ways priests and artists use to order the same mystery. Not the rupture, the slow unrolling of shadow and stone. The caverns do not end. They fall seamlessly into gates, as one long loom of night stretches before you. See, in the monuments themselves are the carvings set side by side. In your Syrian, in royal tombs, the reliefs of the caverns press against the panels of the gates. Watch closely, and you will see the underworld first as a land of dwellers and deeds, then, hour by hour, as the sun himself threads the dark along its appointed path. This is no chance. Stone and pigment hold an order older than our speech. Step from cavern to gate, and the tale will not break. The book of caverns speak first. Here are names, here are places, here are those who feed and those who unravel, who bind and who judge. Time is yet a whisper, presence and roll reign. Then, when the gates appear, the night itself takes measure. Each gate marks an hour, each hour holds its keepers, its trials, its sacred passage. Caverns, know the country, know the actors. Gates mark the march of time, the road the sun must tread. Feel the gradient, friends, from murk to awakening. In the caverns dwell smithies and domestic shrines, where wounds are tended, names sealed, and coils made safe. Yet, as we move, the imagery softens, the rewards emerge in clarity, rites reach their peak, and the solar disk leans eastwards. There lies the pivot of the Duat, the midnight overhaul, the sixth hour where renewal becomes possible. After that hinge, the world is already steering forward dawn. First, linger in the dark craft of repair, then follow step by measured step through the gates until emergence greets us. Yet, respect the variety of voices in the texts, for the book of caverns wears many forms. Some witnesses in the days of Ramses divided into 6 mighty sections. Elsewhere, the 12 caverns rise in a 12-fold litany. The gates, 12 hours, with their guardians, march ever onwards. Both are true, both tools of priest and artist, both nets to capture the same secrets. We shall let the caverns be our prologue, the gates our all-out march. Hold Akka close in your sight, for the twin-line horizon cradles night even as it releases the reborn disk. He stands at threshold, he forms the tunnel through which the light must pass. Where the caverns end with coiled and domestic shrines, Akka waits, the threshold that turns graves into open sky. Mark him well. The cavern's last coil hands the gate's first ledge to his embrace, and thus the same guardian signs our passage from dark to dawn. Part 2. The 12 Gates. The first 5. You do not tumble into night all at once. You ascend by hours, each sealed by a gate, each gate kept by a goddess and a serpent whose names must be known. The Sambaki of Ra charge the rhythm, but you travel for your own sake. Pass the keepers, speak what is true, and you move on. Hesitate, and the door stays shut. 12 hours, 12 gates. But first, let me tell you about the structure of the gate passage, for we do not walk the same path Ra walks every night. We have to take a different passage. Ra walks in the Underworld, but we are heading to the Duat, to the whole of Two Rules and beyond. If you are deemed worthy and true of voice, Mahel. You do not rush a gate. You approach it. Before every threshold, there is a hush. The prose slows, all bite softly, and the names gather on your tongue. Each passage has 3 parts the priest's taught. First, the approach zone, with its companies and portents. Next, the gate proper, and then the beyond, where the new hour truly begins. The vaults and royal tombs know this as stacked processions, 3 long bands of action that carry you from one hour to the next. In every case, the hour culminates at a gate, and at every gate there's a serpent before it, a goddess who is the gate itself, and guardians who test the traveler. Knowledge and Ma'at are the keys. In the approach, as the vacation draws near, the scene fills with signs that tell you what kind of gate this will be. Lakes of fire made below to illuminate mummiform spirits, a warning and a lamp in one. Or fields may be measured with cords, or bound enemies may be displayed to reassure the righteous. These tableaux are not for spectacle, they are instructions. They teach what offerings or utterances will be asked when the bold show themselves. The portal, a gate in the Duat, is both architecture and deity, a true doorway with leaves, gems and bolts, and simultaneously a goddess, whose person you must greet by name. Before the portal coils a spitfire serpent. He is not the door, he is the bar before the door. He or she must be hailed correctly, so the path to the goddess opens. Past the serpent, salute the goddess, and only then to the guardian's palais. The guardians, at many thresholds, Egyptian texts speak of a triad, a doorkeeper, a watcher, and a herald, each with names that bite like knives. Learn them, speak them. The custom of naming these officials is clearest in the gate spells of the Book of the Dead, where the deceased announces the doorkeeper's name, placates the watcher, and earns proclamation from the herald. The test. What is weighed at a gate is not grain, but speech. You do not batter doors, you prove yourself by true words and right remembrance. The small liturgies of the hour, the titles of the guardians, the character of the portal, and the purpose of your travel, where fire burns, the justified are nourished, and the fools are scorched. Where cords are stretched, the fields are apportioned to the blessed. The scene instructs you how to stand within Ma'at as your answer. The passing. When the words fit the lock, the serpent seconds, the bolt slides, and the goddess opens. You step or sail through, and the hour changes. On the far side, provisioners, ferrymen, or measuring gods set you to rights. Breath is given, water offered, enemies kept at distance, until the next approach gathers. The order repeats across the night like a measured chant. Approach, portal, beyond. 12 times, until the eastern doors brighten and the way bends toward the field of reeds. Hour 1. Westering. You feel it before you see it. A weight in the air, a cooling of the breath, as though the lungs themselves draw in twilight. The western mountains, glowing briefly with the last fire of the day, are no longer cliffs of stone. They are the very lips of the Duat, opening to receive you. This is the moment when the living world recedes, when memory of earth and its sound fall behind like a village fading into mists. Here, the gods of the West, the guardians of the necropolis, come forth. They are not hostile, they are orderly, precise, officials of the cosmic frontier. Their task is to receive the dead with measured dignity, not with lamentation. To step across their line is to accept that you are no longer among the breathing. The Duat flows upon the darkening waters. Priests once painted this moment in bright pans on tomb walls. The bow turned toward the western horizon. The crew assembled, the sun disk enclosed by protective serpents. For Ra, this is the beginning of his hidden course. For you, it is orientation, the acknowledgement of where you are and what lies ahead. The instruction is simple, though not easy. Order your hearts to Ma'at. Do not let it flutter with fear. Balance it as if already before the scales of Osiris. You steady your heart by steadying your name, for the Egyptians taught that heart and name are twins of identity. Whisper your name into the dusk, once firm, unbroken. If you do not know yourself, no gate will ever know you. This is not yet judgment nor ordeal. It is the drawing of the first boundary line. Behind you, the lands of day. Before you, 12 chambers and their gates, and the long hours of trial and renewal. The gods of the West lift their hands in acknowledgement. The horizon falls shut behind, and the descent has begun. Hour 2. The waters between. You have crossed the western rim, and now the air itself becomes stuck, as though the stones of the Duat exhale their secret breath. The Duat glides forwards, yet the water here is not the Nile you once knew. It is the primeval flood, a river whose current runs not only through space but through time. The Egyptians called it the waters of Osiris, for here the god of the dead is remembered, dissolved into the very tide that carries every traveler. The first threshold is crossed, not by fire or trial of words, but by sheer immersion. The water presses on you, heavy, muffling, a weight of silence. It is neither warm nor cold, but a medium so dense that thought itself seems slowed. For Ra, this is the river he must be towed through by hidden deities. For you, it is the baptism of death, the passage into an element that is no longer yours by nature. Look carefully. The paintings in the tombs of the valley show sandbanks rising like islands of bone, and strange gods towering the sacred bouquet by cords, knee-deep in the floods. Each holds fast, holding the shrine of the sun, as though holding eternity itself. Their names are rarely given to the living world, for they are the hidden ones, guardians of the currents that would otherwise strand the boats. To know even one of their names is to have a hand upon the rope that pulls you forwards. Here you are instructed. Breathe calmly, for the flood resists the frantic. The priest taught that a soul who panics in the waters steers up the mud of its own guilt, clouding the waters, turning course against itself. But the one who steadies breath, who recites the right words, passes cleanly, as if carried by unseen oars. The texts say, "He who knows the names of the waters, they shall not overwhelm him." And so, names must be learned and spoken. The waters themselves are addressed. "I know you, flood of Osiris. I know your lord, who was drowned and rose again." By acknowledging Osiris' dissolution into the tides, you mirror his fate and claim his renewal. To the living, rivers the wide fields. To the dead, this river divides worlds. On the far bank waits the first company of cavern dwellers, and the first provisioning holds. But between here and there, you are entirely at the mercy of the floods. Without calm, you sink. Without names, you drift. With both, the bark cleaves the dark and emerges. This second hour is therefore less a battle than a proving of discipline. You are not asked to fight chaos nor to endure fire, but to master yourself in the grip of a current stronger than will. If you can pass the waters between, you will have learned the first lesson of the Duat, that survival here is not of body, but of breath, name and balance. And as the bouquets pull forwards, as the unseen gods tow you past the sandbanks and the whispering depths, the west behind you vanishes utterly. You are now afloat in a world where only speed and steadiness carry weight. The waters are past, and the second hour closes. Hour 3. Fire that both purifies and punishes. The bouquet has been drawn from the slow heaviness of the waters into a narrow corridor. The air is still damp, but a new heat gathers. Ahead, a long band of light flickers. Not the light of dawn, but the sinister glow of a fire without smoke. The priests call this region the Lake of Fire. And here, as always, names matter. To the guilty, it is a pit. To the justified, it is a lamb. Along both sides of the corridor, you see the mummiform figures of the dead, row upon row, as though shells of a library made not of papyrus, but of bodies. Their eyes are closed, their arms crossed upon their chests, but their presence is a reminder. You are not the first to walk this path, nor will you be the last. Some will rise to the fields of Owl, others will not rise at all. At the edges of the fiery lake coil serpents, but unlike the great enemy Apophis, these serpents do not devour. They breathe flame, spurting fire in metal breaths, tongues of light that leap into the cavern and illuminate the darkness. Their role is ambiguous. For the wicked soul, their fire is destruction, stripping it to nothing. For the righteous soul, their fire is purification, burning away shadows and granting passage. And thus, the same flame is curse and blessing. The Book of the Dead warns the traveler to hail the flame not with fear but with recognition. To say, I know you, flame, I know you serpents of fire. I'm pure, I'm clean, pass me unharmed. The Egyptians believed that fire was not hostile by nature, but an instrument, and like any instrument, it must be addressed rightly. Fire destroys lies, but strengthens truth. The volcano does not float easily here. The fire is not water, yet it licks at the path as though waves of light. The crew of gods strain at the ropes, their muscles gleam in the glow, their effort palpable. You too must join in this act, not by pulling, but by uttering. In this hour the dead are expected to voice petitions. Grant me breath, grant me safe passage, grant me the towering hands that draw the bouquet onwards. Without these words, the crew tires, the bouquet falters, and the flame encroaches. For those who are false of tongue, the fire devours quickly, reducing them to silence. For those who are true of voice, the fire becomes a beacon, casting long light across the black river of the Duat. And the mummiform figures lining the walls stare faintly, as if acknowledging the living power of the flame. Some whisper back prayers, some wait silently for their own hour of weighing. To pass through the lake of fire is to accept that flame is part of order, not merely chaos. On earth, fire cooks bread, forges copper, and destroys cities. Here, fire purifies the soul and punishes the liar. The trial is not to avoid fire, but to pass through it rightly. As the flame subsides, the bouquet emerges scorched yet intact. The way behind glowing like embers fading on the wind. Breath returns to your lungs, the crew rests their robes upon the deck. And the third hour closes. Ahead lies the desert of Sokar, where silence reigns, and the path is harder still. Hours 4 and 5, the silent ways of Sokar. The name Sokar, or also called Seker in some texts, is the first thing the tomb painters put at the mouth of this region. Sokar of Memphis, hawk-headed in mummy form, a god associated with the necropolis and with rites of embalming and burial. His presence marks a change in the tenor of the night. The world grows still as a sarcophagus. Sound is measured, as every breath is a currency. You feel the bouquet slow, as if the water itself were holding its breath. The painted registers show not open plains, but caverns and heaps of funerary mounds. Shrines built like small tomb chambers, where the followers of Osiris wait in rows. And these figures are not anonymous. Many are mummiform attendants, priestly doubles, and minor funerary deities who watch the procession with careful, unblinking eyes. The Duat here is not the riot of beasts and serpents you met earlier. It is the economy of the dead. Measure, inventory, vigil. 2 roads present themselves in the drawings. One that runs over lands, sandy riddles of dunes and narrow ledges, where pits of fire and trap doors gape. And one that runs over water, a cold canal often called the Lake of Life in later comments, toward marshlands that echo the Nile's own delta. The land route is more perilous to the unskilled. It asks of you a sure foot and a measured step. The water route asks less of the feet and more of the voice. Names, petitions, and the recognition of minor gods who carry souls and boats of their own. Both roads, however, culminate in the same moral. Silence where silence is due, speech where speech will buy your passage. Why this double way? The priest who painted these scenes for royal eyes taught that death repeats the polarities of life. There is labor and there is repose, risk and provision, trial and rewards. The land path often shows guardians who test for solve, watchers with knives, doors that demand the right title, while the water path is tended by howling god and ferrymen who accept proper names as coin. In the Book of Gates and related scenes, the idea is repeated. Gates, keepers, serpents, and the triad of doorkeeper, watchman, herald regulate each passage. Know whom you address, and you transmigrate, or fend or bubble, and the ledges crumble beneath you. Practical counsel for the traveler. First, keep silence as a strategy, not as a punishment. Sokar's domain punishes clamor because clamor disturbs the rites. Shouts unsettle the packed dust of the mounds and wake the dead and their worst modes. Silence also preserves breath. The Duat is a place where breath is measured out and lent only to those who preserve it. Second, step carefully, literally and ritually. The two scenes insist on measured gestures. The deceased approaching with hands raised in prescribed salutations, the offering of specific formulae, the steadying of the heart by ma'ats. Third, do not squander breath on needless boasting. The memoirs you once kept, titled wealth, petty triumphs, mean little here. What matters is the clarity of the name and the weight of your deeds. There are small enactments the paintings recommend. To lay a hand on a little shrine as you pass, to whisper the name of Sokar or his attendants in a single steady tone, to make a miniature offering with the lips, if not the hands, words that signify provision rather than pride. The priest taught that these acts place you inside the station keeper's ledger. They mark you in a role as accounted for, and that is a strong protection when the pits and bolt doors later demand accounting. The followers of Osiris do not envy you. They want order. If they see order, they point your way. The atmosphere here is not cruel, it is austere. The desert labyrinth of Sokar is a schoolroom more than a battlefield. Lessons are delivered by absence, of light, of sound, of the casual comforts of life, and by small, precise apparitions. A funerary mask raised to the light, the clatter of a sand grain on an urn, an incense smoke that coals and dies. Learn this lesson, and the passage offers you its own small mercy, a channel that leads onwards to the provisioning halls, to the weighing that waits beyond the fifth gates, and to the midnight renewal that will come at the heart of the night. When 2 hours close, your care has been tested for steadiness and speech. The mummiform keepers have checked the ledger, the robes have been more taut for the hauling ahead, and the little shrines have been acknowledged. You step away from Sokar's caverns, not triumphant in the way of a conqueror, but steadied like a vessel that has taken on ballast, less prone. Now, to the sway of panic, more likely to answer when his gates later demand a true heart. Part 3. Besecht Maati, the Hall of the Two Ma'at. At last the path narrows, and you come upon a chamber vast beyond reckoning. This is no cavern of flame, no corridor of serpents, but the Besecht Maati, the Hall of the Two Ma'ats, the Hall of Two Truths. Here the air itself holds its breath, and every step resounds with the gravity of eternity. You are no longer passing guardians nor naming thresholds. You stand at the very axis of judgment, at the far end, upon a dais framed by pillars of eternity. Osiris sits enthroned, Lord of the West, crowned with the Atef, his crook and flail across his breast. At his side stand Isis and Nephthys, sisters in mourning and in power, silent witnesses to the weighing that decides the destiny of every soul. Before the dice cleans the great balance, Anubis, jackal-faced guide, adjusts its plummet with steady hand, ensuring the measure is true. On one pan lies the feather of Ma'at, perfect and unalterable, symbol of order that binds gods and men alike. On the other, your heart, Ip, not a mere seed of feeling, but the very throne of identity, the record of every deed, thought, and intent. At your side waits Tooth, scribe of the gods, ready to inscribe the verdict in letters of permanence. Behind, in the dimness of the hall, gather other gods, silent yet present, the assembly of eternity called to witness. Among them lurks Amit, the devourer, crocodile of jaws, lion of haunches, hippopotamus of flank. Shut the scales teeth against you, she waits to consume your heart, and with it your being. Not torment, not endless flame, but a greater terror of unmaking, the end of remembrance, the unraveling of name. Yet the whole is not adversarial court. None rise to accuse you, none to defend. The only witness is your own heart. So stand you now at the threshold of silence, where truth is not argued but revealed. For here, before the two truths, the masks fall away, and what is weighed is not appearance, but essence. When the soul has entered the hall of the two truths, and the balance has not yet been disturbed, the voice of silence is pierced only by the divine order of address. The soul must now speak, not to one god, but to 42. They are the assessors of Ma'at, divine officials of ancient provenance, drawn from the sacred cities and cavernous domains of Egypt's spiritual geography. They are not metaphor, they are not myth, they are the living personifications of every mortal thread, binding a soul to the world of Ma'at. And so, you step forwards. The negative confessions now begin. I have not committed the sin of falsehood. The soul says to Usech-Nemt, the fast rider from Heliopolis who watches for distortions in word and intention. I have not committed robbery. The soul says to Hebt-Het, the fire embracer of Cheachaha, whose eyes burn through selfish thefts. I have not stolen to Fenty, the noisy one of Hermopolis, who sniffs out every theft veiled as needs. I have not murdered to Amchaibit, the swallower of shades, whose cavern echoes only with unjust death. I have not stolen grain to Nehaher of Rosetau, who counts the sheaves old to the poor. I have not purloined offerings to Uruti, the double lion of the sky, who guards the altars. I have not stolen God's property to Alfi Emchet of Letopolis, whose fiery eyes see what was taken from sanctity. I have not lied to Never, the flame who come forth backward, who watches not the lie, but the will to lie. I have not taken food unlawfully to Setkesu, the bone breaker of Heracleopolis. I have not cursed to Utunesert, queen of flame from Memphis, guardian of holy speech. I have not committed adultery to Kerti, you of the cavern from the west. I have not caused tears to Kenamiti, wide of teeth of the Fayum. I have not killed sacred animals to Hedjapu, also called Shesmu, from the shambles. I have not stolen land to Taretiu, eater of entrails from the house of 30. I have not eavesdropped to Unem Snev, Lord of Truth of Maati. I have not raised complaints falsely to Unembesek, the wanderer of Bobastis. I have not been angry unjustly to Neb Ma'at, pale one of Heliopolis. I have not committed adultery to Tenemiu, the doubly evil one from Anjet. I have not lusted to Satiu, the snake of the place of execution. I have not polluted my body to Tutu from the house of Min. I have not terrorized to Uamenti over the old one of Imau. I have not transgressed to Ma Antuf, the demolisher of Xois. I have not been hot-tempered to Her Uru, the disturber of Verit. I have not ignored truth to Chemu, the youth of the Eleopidan Nome. I have not made disturbances to Shed Heru, the foreteller of Venice. I have not committed violence to Nephoros, you of the altar in the secret place. I have not defiled boys to Rav, face behind him of the cavern of wrong. I have not transgressed sacred dusk to Anhetepith, the hot foot of the dusk. I have not quarrelled to Sarah Heru, you of the darkness. I have not been restless or overly active to Nephoros, bringer of offerings and says. I have not been impatient to Zechio, owner of faces of Nechatvet. I have not damaged the image of the gods to Neb-Abui, the accuser of Vechenet. I have not spoken excessively to the owner of horns of Asyut. I have not acted wrongly to Nefertem, radiant one of Memphis. I have not conjured against the king to Temseb, also called Temsepu of Busuris. I have not blocked the flow of water to Ari Em Abef, you who acted willfully of Chebu. I have not raised my voice arrogantly to Ahi, the water smiter of the abyss. I have not wailed the gods to Uaj Rehid, commander of mankind of your house. I have not been arrogant to Neheb Kau of the harpoon gnome. I have not sought distinctions for selfish gain to Neheb Nefert, bestower of powers from the city. I have not gained dishonest wealth to Hedge Apu, the serpent with raised head of the cavern. I have not blasphemed to Neb Abui, the serpent who brings and gives from the silent lands. And when the final I have not is spoken, the 42 fall silent. The soul has addressed every law of my art, embodied not as concept, but as presence. Their judgment is not spoken, but felt. In the settling of the scales, in the quiver of the heart, in the hush that follows. Now the soul turns, and the balance waits. He waits where light thins and breath grows careful. Anubis, jackal-headed and black as fertile silt after floods. He is not judge, but craftsman of threshold, the one who makes passage work. In the vineyards of the hall, he does two things with a surgeon's economy. He leads the dead by the hand to the balance, and then kneels to steady the plumb of the beam, making sure the test is clean, the moment true. The British Museum papyrus of Hunefer shows him doing both, guide and guardian of the scales, with the cord in his fingers and the plumb bob between them. His office are ancient and many. He is he who is upon his mountain, watching from the necropolis ridge, lord of the sacred lands, master of cemetery grounds, and he who is in the place of embalming, the god whose work gives a body back to time. These titles aren't poetic guesses. You can read them on stelae and coffin text where Anubis is named exactly so. Upon his mountain, in the place of embalming, lord of the sacred lands. His tools are here as well, if you know where to look. By the doors of judgment, and in the memory of the embalming tent, stands the Inuit fetish, a headless, bandaged animal skin tied to a staff and set in a jar of unguents, an old puzzling emblem that by the Middle Kingdom had become his sign. Museums keep them still, with labels that say what the priest already knew. This is Anubis' work, the art of keeping the dead whole. Even in Tutankhamun's burial, the Inuit appears among the sacred apparatus. As for the demeanor, do not expect thunder. Anubis governs procedure. He listens while you name the gods of the door, but his ears are turned to the faintest tremor in a balanced string. He is the patron of fair measures. If your ape wavers with fear or swells with pride, it is not the feather that moves, but his hand correcting the line, until truth, not advantage, decides the tilt. This is why the ancient loved to draw him twice at the scene, first as usher, then as technician of justice. And if you feel your courage falter, watch his nose. The jackal howls the resin and myrrh of the embalmer's craft. sends and declares a body ready. He is telling you something a priest would whisper. You were prepared for this hour long before you arrived. The scales are not a surprise. They are the final stitch in a work he began the day you were washed, wrapped and named for life beyond the west. Anubis, master of thresholds, will not decide your fate. He will ensure the test is honest, and that is mercy enough for a soul that is lived by my art. Behold the sign that does not tremble, the single ostrich feather of my art, set upon the pan like a sliver of dawn. It is not a weapon, but a standard, the pattern by which all things are measured. In the great vineyards they drew it boldly, horrid on one side, that on the other, and between them the world's verdict. So it is in the judgment scenes of Hunefer and Ani, where the bloom stands for the goddess and for the righteous she embodies. No white is a feather. The feather is true, its quill straight, its filament even, a light that never cheats. To weigh a heart against my art is not to count sins by ounces, but to ask whether a life consumed with order. Two spoken measures kept balances fair. In some renderings, the artist plays not only the plume, but a tiny figure of the goddess herself in the scale, as if to say, it is my art, not fashion, not fear, that sits opposite your ip. The image varies, but the rule does not. Call this hall the domain of the Tuma arts, but the text name it so, the broad hall of the two truths, as if to remind us that rightness has twin faces, the order that steers the cosmos, and the rectitude that steadies the person. When those two agree, deep being rests level. When they part, the needle strays and the silence deepens. Attend to its stillness. The feather does not strive, it receives. If your heart flashes with the seed, the motion is yours, not hers. If your heart has learned the long craft, fair veils, straight speech, compassion that does not spill into chaos, then you will find, to your wonder, that a thing so light can hold you steady. This is why the ancient gave my art her bloom and set it also upon her brow. The goddess's measure worn as crown, the world equilibrium made visible. And if your courage fails, remember this whisper from the mortuary books. The scene you face is not a gamble, but a calibration. The feather does not forgive, it aligns. Two for records what the balance reveals, and Anubis keeps the plumb true, not to favor you, but to ensure the truth alone decides. In such accord, the lightest thing becomes the most trustworthy, and the soul that has practiced my art will find that the world itself leans to meet it. You will see him before the tablet and the reed pen. Truth, not loud in gesture, but absolute in office. In the hall he is the divine scribe and the world's notary. He sets down what the balance reveals. He gives the verdict a name, and by his hand the deed becomes record, and the record becomes fate. The classic judgment vignette shows him poised beside Anubis and the beam, writing the outcome in patient lines. In papyri, such as the papyrus of Hunefer and Ani, it is Tuv who announces the result, in a voice that makes the verdict public. This office is not accidental. Thoth is the inventor and master of the scripts, the patron of scribes, and of the techniques that turn moment into memory. Egypt's priests called him the scribe of the gods, the measurer of time, the keeper of the registers. To give him a reed and palette was to put eternity's docket into the world's hands. He is therefore at once scholar, astronomer, and arbiter of order, the living instrument by which deeds are translated into durable form. Thoth is the god of writing, reckoning, and learning, the interpreter and advisor of the gods, and more. He is the one who names what the beam shows and thereby brings the world to account. In several spell vignettes, the scribe literally speaks the verdict. I have judged the heart of the deceased. And so makes the weighing an event that can be read, recited, and transmitted. His role is thus juridical by inscription rather than by clenched degree. He turns silence into legal text. Beyond the hall, his hand practices other arts that matter to passage. In myth, he mediates disputes among the gods, notably in the contendings of Horus and Sage. He heals what is broken, measures the moon's course, and keeps calendars true. All offices that bind him to art's work of ordering. His partnership with the Shards, the divine recorder and measurer, underlines that recording is not a solitary act, but a craft. Measurement, inscription, and ritual memory work together to make what is ephemeral endure. What this means for a traveler is practical and intimate. Speak the names cleanly, for Thoth will write them. Speak truthfully, for his hand traces not only your words, but their consequence, and present the offerings and rites that make your name persistent in temple registers. For permanence in ink is the surest bulwark against annihilation. If Anu studies the plum, Thoth makes the line permanence, and permanence is what the Ren needs to survive. A closing, careful correction for our telling. Some later sources and popular retellings conflate Thoth's function and call him a judge in his own right. The funerary corpus is more precise. Thoth's authority is the scribe's authority. He records, announces, and preserves. He mediates, he measures, and by doing so, he binds the moment into history. Trust his pen, it holds the deed that lets you walk thereafter. And there she crouches, half in shadow, half in torchlight, amid the devourer of the dead. Her body is a composite of threads, crocodile's jaws, lion's forelimbs, hippopotamus haunches, three of the night's fiercest beings woven into a single shape of undoing. She is no tormentor in the sense of demons who whip or burn, but the final end of souls, found faults. Annihilation, not agony. The ancients feared her not because she caused pain, but because she erased. To be swallowed by a myth was to be denied the afterlife entirely. To lose one's Ren, one's memory, one's place in family cult and cosmic cycle. It was the horror of non-being. Look carefully at the pyre of Hunefer and Ani. Amid sits at the very foot of the balance. Silent, patient, waiting, She does not spring upon the soul unbidden. She acts only when the scales betray a heart heavier than my heart's plum. This is crucial. A myth is not a predator hunting freely, but an executioner of cosmic law bound by the verdict of the balance. She represents in visible form the consequence of misalignment with Mars. In later retellings, she is sometimes softened into a mere monster or demon, but the Egyptian texts are precise. A myth is function, not personality. She does not chase nor argue, she waits. If your heart proves false, she consumes it. If it proves true, she remains inert. And there is in this something more chilling than rage. She is impartial. For those who feared second death, amidst open maw was the abyss of oblivion. But here, all the quiet teaching beneath the image, amidst presence is a medicine or fear. The traveler, seeing her crouch by the beam, cannot help but still the tongue. Weigh the words, and remember that life was not a rehearsal, but a waving of deeds whose pattern now lies bare. Thus, she keeps even the righteous wary, for vigilance is itself a kind of purity. If the flame refines and the feather measures, a myth is the silence at the end of the hall that reminds every heart there will be no pretense here. So, it is that in the hall of the two rules, the feather invites, the balance reveals, the scribe records, and the myth waits. Not the fiercest, but the most inexorable guardian. She is not punishment, but a consequence. And though the just have nothing to fear, her shadow falls across all who enter, sharpening every word into truth. You step forward, and the hall bends itself to his presence. There is no petty thunder here, only the slow dominion of a throne that has known every season of death. Osiris sits upon his days, mummiform, adept-crowned, crook and flail across his breast. The West's king who receives the souls of the dead. The classic vignettes, the well-known papyrus scenes of Hunefer and Ani, show him thus, seated, calm, the four sons of Horus or Lotus before him, Isis and Nephthys at his elbows, a court assembled around a ruler whose office is to receive and order, not to rent. Osiris' primacy is not merely ceremonial. In Egyptian thought, he is the lord of the Western dead, Khenti Amentu, foremost of the Westerners, the one whose realm is the necropolis and whose power secures rebirth for those rightly prepared. He is called the judge and king of the Duat in the funerary corpus. Spell and image place him at the center of the weighing and of the post-weighing ceremonies that admit the justified into the fields of the living world renewed. Treat him not as an abstract judge, but as a sacred sovereign. His office combines kingship, hospitality, and the power to restore. Do not imagine his presence only as legal machinery. In the Underworld books, notably the Book of Caverns and its Ramside war programs, Osiris appears already as the body to be tended and the throne to be reoccupied. The nightly liturgy often stages the reassembly and enthronement of Osiris as part of the work of renewal. In other words, the whole weighing is one instant in a longer enterprise in which Osiris is both patient object of cults, the buried god whose body is preserved, an active ruler whose enthronement legitimates the new order. Remember also his earthly altar. Abydos and the Osirian stand as the living mirror of his soul. Pilgrims came to Abydos because there, in cold and light, the people believed Osiris had his greatest local seat, a place where the myth of death and return was ritually lived each year. The decoded geography makes the whole of Two Truths less an abstract courtroom and more a sacred palace whose counterpart the living temples and cenotaphs continually reenact. Lastly, think of Osiris in relation to the sun's nocturnal labors. In the royal netherworld books, the union of the sun god and the Osirian principle, a symbolic rapprochement often staged at the depths of the night, the underworld's pivotal hours, ties the fate of the world to the fate of the dead, the king who passes and the sun that is renewed, stand under a single economy of rebirth. Osiris' throne is therefore both private restoration and cosmic hinge. When you stand before his seat, you confront a double project, your name and his order, your renewal and his sunrise. So comes the final act in the whole of Two Truths. The scales have steadied, the fetter rests in stillness, and the heart has proven equal to Ma'at. At that instant, judgment ripens into declaration. The scribe's hand does not hover idly. Truth inscribes the outcome, and the herald speaks the word that transforms a fragile pilgrim into a justified spirit. The word is Mahero, true of voice, or more precisely, vindicated, justified. This title is not ornamental. It becomes part of the deceased's name in all subsequent recitation and inscription. Name Mahero, so-and-so justified. In tombs and stelae, the formula repeats endlessly, sealing that the person has passed the ordeal and now belongs to the company of the blessed dead. The declaration, therefore, functions like a charter. Once spoken, it admits the individual into Osiris' retinue, secures access to offerings, and ensures that the Ka may be fit for eternity. In the great papyri, the voice of record differs slightly by scribe and tradition. Sometimes it is Truth himself who proclaims the heart of name is found true. In others, Horus speaks on behalf of his father Osiris, or he assembled assessors, lend their sense. But in all cases, the publicity of the world is essential. The afterlife is not secured in silence or private vision. It is conferred in the presence of witnesses, gods and goddesses who cannot be gainsaid. The verdict, once pronounced, is irreversible. Amid withdrawals, the gates ahead swing open, and the soul is now written into eternity. Though the path to the field is still long. To be Mahero is more than innocence. It is alignment with Ma'at, so deep that one's own voice has become truth-bearing. In the texts, this condition grants the deceased the ability to join the gods in their speech, to take part in offerings, and to traverse the heavens as an Ach, as transfigured spirits. The epithet is, in effect, the seal of participation and eternal liturgy of the cosmos. It is why tombs repeat the phrase compulsively, Each stone must echo the word that secured the owner's everlasting status. And thus, in the whole, the trial ends not with punishment, nor even with mere acquittal, but with a new name. The soul walks out, not as so-and-so, the accused, but as Mahero, one whose voice is consonant with order. It is a declaration as much as a rebirth. Behind you, the whole fades into silence again. Before you, the path through the remaining gates and into the field of reeds stretches open, ready to receive the one who has been justified. Silence breaks like a reed. The scribe's hand stops. The word Mahero is spoken. The air in the hall rearranges itself. You are no longer the one whose heart is being weighed. You are the one whose name is now recorded among the true. The devourer draws back. The feather rests. The title Mahero, true of voice or justified, is fixed after your name in the rolls and on the stone. In the great papyri and vignettes, whenever Ani and their kin, this moment is shown as public and irreversible. They balance the sides, describe rights. The one who was judged is admitted to the company of the blessed. Yet, do not imagine a theatrical acquittal. The whole verdict is at once social and technical. It licenses the practical continuance of the deceased. To be Mahero is to be authorized to receive offerings, to take part in cult, to be sustained by the living's rights. It is the rubber stamp that converts a preserved corpse into an effective one, capable of action among gods and men. The papyrus of Ani and the Book of the Dead make this clear. The formula changes legal status into religious efficacy. Inscription becomes power. So you rise, not into a cleaner world, but into motion. The hall's doors open, the gods who witnessed your speech dissolve back into their silent tasks, and you move outward through the Duat's ordered way stations. Your steps are the same as before, but everything has shifted. Where once every name might have failed you, now each name you carry is a key. And those keys will be tested again at the gates and thresholds. But they are no longer empty tokens. They are instruments written into the ledger of the gods. While your personal passage continues, the night itself reaches its own climax. In the royal netherworld books, the 6th hour, the hour often called midnight, is the fulcrum of cosmic renewal. It is here, in the deep water hollows and sealed caverns, mapped by the Underworld and the Book of Gates, the sun process of death and rebirth comes to a consummation. The solar bar is reunited with the mummiform body. The scarab form Hebri appears, and the force of renewal is reconstituted, so that the bark may begin its eastward turning. In the Underworld's iconography, the 6th hour is repeatedly singled out as the moment of this reunion and regeneration. The imagery is striking and intimate. A corpse form lies within a cavern or on a parquet. Hebri, the scarab of emergence, crawls forward. Mehen, the coiling serpent, girds the scene as protector. And those mummies in the lower registers steer because the cosmic life breath is being handed back. The Book of Gates echoes the same choreography. The 6 gate scenes show Ra rejoined with his bar, the defenders clustered about him, and the enemies cast into the lake of fire, a symbolic purging that accompanies the midnight renewal. This is not merely mythic poetry, but ritual procedure made image. The king, and by extension the justified dead who follow his path, participates in the same process of reanimation. Aker watches this turning, the twin lions of the horizon, that old earth gate on the throat through which the renewed disk must pass, yesterday and tomorrow held in one embrace. He is the hinge at which the inward work of the caverns issues into motion, and at which the gates begin again to mark time. Thus, the soul that leaves the hall of two truths does so into a night already being put back into order. Your justification is a small gear in the engine that will re-raise the sun. A brief caution about witnesses and variants. The exact iconography and emphasis differ between copies of the Underworld, the Book of the Gates, and individual books of the dead. Some tombs place particular emphasis on the scarab's emergence, others on the mummiform corpse, and some on the surrounding coils and flames. Scholars have read the 6th hour as the ontological pivot, the ontotheological knot where Ra and Osiris meet. But they also note local and chronological differences across the Ramsay programs. Treat the Midnight Union as the ritual core in most New Kingdom witnesses, while acknowledging variant presentations in the apparatus. Now, with your name fixed, your heart found equal, and the cosmic hinge turning, you step outwards from the hall and into the next ordered space. Gate 6, Hour 6, the Midnight Union. There, the scene will shift from tribunal to consummation. Watch for the scarab form, for Mechan's coil, for the mummified body that receives the bar, and for Akka's twin bodies marking the throat of dawn. Yon, carrying the new name and the old deaths, toward the moment the world tips back into light. Part 4. The remaining gates, 6 to 12. Hour 6, Midnight Union. You have passed the hall of judgment, but way the name preserved. Now the path leads inward to the core of the Duat, the most secret of its caverns. Here the walls close tight, the ceiling lowers, and even the torches of flame serpents scatter. And this is not the silence of Sokka's domain, but something denser, a silence that feels alive, as though every grain of sand listens. You are at the midnight of the underworld, the axis on which the cycle of time itself turns. The Egyptians painted this hour with particular awe, for it is here that Ra, the sun god, exhausted from his 5-hour descent, comes into union with Osiris, lord of the dead. The living power and the dead king embrace, and in their meeting each is changed. Ra regains vigor, so that he may rise again at dawn. Osiris is confirmed and glorified as ruler of the justified. Together they become a mystery the priest called the soul of Ra, the body of Osiris. For the traveler, this union is not a distant myth, but a personal event. You too are caught up in it. At midnight, you feel your own fragments, breathe, shadow, name, heart, knit back together. What the waters had drowned, what the fire had scorched, what the silence had tested, now becomes whole again. Your soul, Ba, and your spiritual power, Ka, are reconciled. You become effective, an Ach, a luminous one, no longer a drifting shade, but a being of purpose. In ritual books, this hour is sometimes shown as the moment when a solar disk rests within a shrine shaped like a serpent's embrace. Priests clasped it as the place where Ra rests in Osiris, and Osiris acts through Ra. But for you, it is felt as a sudden steadiness, like a smith's iron bar plunged into the water and hardened. Fear slackens, courage fixes, the bones of your being grow solid again. It is also here that the blessed dead are re-energized. Those who were mummiform and silent now stir, rising to partake of offerings, speaking prayers with renewed voices. They are not resurrected into the fields yet, but they are made capable, given potency to accompany the bouquet further. To become Ach is to shift from mere survival into authority. You're no longer only defending yourself against fire and flood, but now able to command, to invoke, to shine. The lesson of this hour is stark. Renewal is not achieved by evading death, but by passing through it. Ra does not flee Osiris, nor does Osiris resist Ra. The god of light embraces the god of shadow, and together they forge the next dawn. Likewise, you must not deny your death, nor cling to your past life, but accept and integrate it, so the new life may be born within you. When the union is complete, the cavern itself seems to exhale. The coils of protective serpents unwind, the guardians lower their weapons, and the bouquet steers once more. The midnight is past, the pivot has turned. Ahead lies danger still, chaos coils and waits. But you leave the chamber not diminished, but fortified. You are no longer only a soul in passage. You are now an effective spirit, luminous and armed with the certainty that you have been renewed at the deepest point of night. Hour 7. The binding of Apophis. The air, newly sweetened by renewal, grows suddenly dense. A low hiss vibrates through the caverns like the grinding of stones underwater. Shadows no longer lie still, they ripple and pulse as though some vast body coils beneath the ground. And then it comes, Apophis, the serpent of uncreation, longer than rivers, darker than moonless sky. He does not simply appear, he surrounds. Wherever the eye looks, coils and circle, plotting out space itself. Apophis is not one enemy among others. He is the antithesis of order. In Egyptian thoughts, he is not a god, but the anti-god, the embodiment of Isfet, disorder, falsehood, unmaking. Every night he waits in ambush for the bouquet, lunging to devour, to hold the cycle of time, to plunge cosmos into stagnant silence. And every night he is met, fought, bound, slain, and yet never finally destroyed, for chaos is eternal as order, and the dance repeats without end. There is no more art without Ifrit, for one must exist so that the other can too. The priests painted this hour with violence, gods with knives hacking at the serpent's scales, deities with cords binding its coils, spears thrust deep into its belly. The spell carved on tomb walls did not rely only on weapons. They invoked words sharper than bronze, names hotter than fire. For Egyptians held that the true defeat of chaos comes not by steel alone, but by utterance. The right words that fasten reality to Ma'at and leave no space for Ifrit to breathe. And you are not called to strike Apophis. The serpent is too vast, too primordial for mortal arms. Your role is endurance. Hold fast to the bouquet, steady your stance, do not let terror unmoor you. The text console. Cling to Ma'at, let the guardians do their work, and keep your own voice firm in the chorus of spells. To panic is to invite the coils upon yourself. To endure is to ride out your soul until the cords close around the monster. There's a moment, always a moment, when it seems the Apophis will succeed. The bouquet slows, the cavern walls vanish into coils, even the stars painted on the ceiling of the tomb scenes seem to be swallowed by shadow. But then, with a shout that is part hymn, part spell, the divine crew bites back. Knives flash, cords tighten, and the serpent is pinned, gagged, paralyzed. Some paintings show his massive body cut into pieces, others show him bound and trampled. The variation does not matter. What matters is that he is restrained, rendered powerless until the next night. For the traveler, this hour is lesson and warning. Chaos is never finally slain, it returns again and again, for as long as the sun must rise. What you learn here is not triumph, but endurance. To survive the binding of Apophis is to accept that terror will come and come again. But it can be endured, restrained, survived. You cannot abolish chaos, but you can refuse to yield to it. When at last the coils slacken and the cavern brightens faintly, your bouquet pushes forward once more. Behind you lies the bound serpent, writhing silently in defeat. Ahead, the journey resumes, renewed, provisioning new guardians, and a steady march toward dawn. You have faced chaos, not as victor, but as survivor, and that is enough. Hours 8 to 10, provisioning and breath. The bouquet drifts into a calmer stretch of the Duat. Here the caverns widen into ordered spaces, more like halls than tomb shafts. The paintings of the king's tombs show long processions of gods in neat ranks, bearing trays, jars, and bowls of linen. Their names cluster on the walls like inventories. These are not warriors, but provisioners, and their role is to supply both Ra and the justified dead with what is needed for the journey. First come the toiling deities, who tower the bouquet once more, having survived the serpent's ambush. You now see them clearly, lines of gods pulling ropes with rhythmic efforts, their muscles taut, their faces calm. They do not strain and panic, they labor steadily, for the river of the Duat is not chaos here, but order. To move with them is to breathe with them, to fall into the cadence of cosmic work. Next appear the fields and measures, Gods with cords and rods paced the ground, measuring out plots, as surveyors once did on the Nile after its floods. They marked the field of offerings and the field of reeds, preparing them for those who will enter after dawn. This is a glimpse of paradise not yet reached. Furrows ready for seed, canals glinting in faint firelight, boundaries drawn in justice. To the righteous, these side is promise. To the guilty, it is torment, for they see what they will never reap. On the margins of these holds, the enemies of Osiris are brought forth. They are bound, head down, and cast into pits of fire. Their names are spat upon, their bodies reduced to ash. The righteous need not fight them. The fire itself does the work. For you, this spectacle is reassurance. Evil is not permitted to endure. As you pass, the fire warms but does not harm, for your name is not among those condemned. Water is then offered, clear, cool draughts poured from jars by attendant deities. The texts often call them lords of libation or masters of cool water. To drink here is to recover breath, to soothe the heart, to feel the lungs expand after trial. Breath itself is portioned, as though a gift. Gods lean down to place the Ankh sign against the mouth, giving the living breath of the gods. The justified receive it freely, the unknowing gasp in vain. And there's clothing, linen woven heaven's looms, is offered and wrapped. The Bacchae's crew reclothed, and you too are vested in shining garments. Nakedness and dust are left behind. You are covered as the divine are covered, marked as one belonging to the company of light. Your role in all this is both simple and exacting. Keep the formalized stay within the court as each serpent gate unharmed. Each provisioning station is flanked by guardians, serpents coiled, goddesses standing as doorways. Their challenge is always the same. Name me. If you know their names, you pass. If you falter, the cord snaps, and the serpent strikes, the fire scourges. The lesson of these hours is that endurance is not only against chaos, but against hunger, thirst, and weariness. The Duat teaches that a soul without provision falters, a soul without breath fails, a soul without order is lost. These hours refill what the night has emptied. You leave them clothed, nourished, breathing freely, not triumphant, but sustained. By the close of the 10th hour, the Bacchae is strong again, its crew refreshed, its passengers provisioned. The fields are marked, the enemies burned, the jars poured. All is set in order for the last stages of night. The serpent gates recede behind, and the brow points toward the narrow approach of the 11th hour. Hour 11. Hidden approaches. The halls of provisioning are behind you, the jars emptied into your hands, the garments laid upon your shoulders. You have drunk, eaten, breathed. But as the Bacchae advances, the walls of the Duat draw close again. The white spaces contract into passages that are narrow and winding, painted by the breeze as corridors of stone, so tight the boat itself seems to scrape the edges. The texts call this passage mysterious, sheta, a word that in Egyptian means both hidden and sacred. What is hidden is holy, and what is holy must be entered with reverence. Thus, the guardians here are not violent in aspect, but severe. Silent gods with unreadable faces, serpents coiled but unmoving, eyes fixed like statues. They do not leap at you. They watch. Their gaze is itself a test. Here you are reminded, emergence requires preparation. Just as a newborn is breathed in the narrow canal before birth, so the justified dead must endure constriction before re-entering the light. This is not punishment, but transition, a closing in that forces the soul to gather itself, to leave behind all looseness, all distraction. The great mistake of this hour would be to break the silence with boasting. No claim of past deed, no rattling of titles, no desperate chatter can open these passages. Only right utterance, short, measured, in accord with my art, carries weight here. The Book of Gates speak of guardians whose sole demand is the traveler's name, repeated with clarity without excess. Say it once, firm, and let the silence close around. Too many words disturb the air and the guardian's throne. This hour is always an hour of inward steadiness. After so many trials, fire, silence, judgment, the serpents are sold. The temptation to relax, too soon to think the worst, is past. But the priest warned that the 11th hour is the most subtle. Its danger is not violence, but laxity. Those who stumble here do so because they arrive uncollected, their hearts fluttering, their minds noisy. You must hold together what you have earned. The breath you have regained, the balance of your heart, the endurance that steadied you against Apophis. Hold it close. Let it be your armor. On tomb walls, this hour is depicted with rows of mysterious beings, sometimes headless, sometimes featureless, embodiments of secrecy itself. They do not attack. They surround. They mark the liminal boundary where the world is almost ready to split open. But not yet. The presence teaches restraint, that there is a power in waiting, in moving quietly through the last shadows. The bouquet glides slowly, all steeped with care, no spray permitted. Gods of the crew bow their heads as if in ritual silence. Even Ra, renewed though he is, seems veiled, hidden within a shrine, his disk wrapped until a moment of unveiling. And you too must take on this hiddenness, for dawn is not seized, it is prepared for. By the end of the 11th hour, the narrowness begins to ease. A faint breath of cool air stirs. The guardians step aside without a word. The mysterious approaches have done their work. You are drawn lean, quiet, inwardly aligned. You are ready for the last transformation. Ahead lies the 12th hour, the breaking of the eastern horizon, the moment of ascension. Hour 12. Dawn's door. The passage widens, the walls breathe with a pale glow, and the air carries a new fragrance. Not the incense of tombs, nor the stillness of caverns, but the clean breath of morning. And this is the eastern horizon, the threshold called by the Egyptians Achet, the place of appearing. Here, the final gate stands, massive, radiant, veiled by guardians, yet already trembling with the power of light behind it. At either side attend the wonderful sisters, Isis and Nephthys. They have walked with you since the hall of judgment, silent witnesses of your weighing, mourners of Osiris, protectors of the throne. Now they take their place as midwives of dawn, calling upon their wings to fan the bouquet forward, to pass the last serpent and the last bolt. You need not bleed, you need only stand as one already proven, your name steady, your heart light, your voice true. Yet Apophis, ever unyielding, lashes one final time. His broken coils steer beneath the earth, testing the bonds set upon him in the 7th hour. For this reason, the ritual of binding is renewed here. Gods of flame and cold appear again, chanting spells older than the sky, driving stakes into the serpent's flesh, reciting the words that pin him fast. The message is clear. Even at the edge of dawn, chaos must be restrained anew. But now you are not afraid. You have faced him once and survived. You know endurance. You know he cannot triumph. When the coils sink and the gate cracks open, the mystery is revealed. This scarab, the Egyptians loved this sign above all as emblem of rebirth. Khepri, the morning sun, rises in the form of the sacred beetle, pushing the disk before him as he once pushed the mud ball of creation. From darkness he emerges, shining, rolling the sun into the sky. To witness this is to feel time itself renew, not only for Ra, but for you, the traveler who has endured. As the bouquet breaks through the eastern door, the Duat falls away like a dream at waking. The caverns, the coils, the guardians, all vanish behind the horizon. Before you lies a vision of green, the field of reeds, canals glisten, reed beds sway, fields lie furrowed and heavy with grain, but without toil's bitterness. Here you plow and reap, but never hunger. Here you drink, but never thirst. Friends, family, ancestors, all who were justified, walk these fields together, their hearts light, their names preserved. For this is the reward of the Mahero, the true of voice, not to dissolve into nothingness, nor to wander a shade, but to live forever in a perfected Egypt, a paradise mirrored upon the Nile's fertile floodplains. You have crossed fire, silence, judgment, and serpent, and each hour has shaped you into one who belongs here. Step through, without fear. Let Isis and Nephthys guide your passage. Let the scarab lift you with the disk of the sun, and let your voice declare once more the truth you have carried. You are justified, true of voice, eternal among the blessed. The bouquet sails on into morning. The journey through the woods is complete.